बंद कर दिया।
Now we have Professor Sunil Kumar, Deputy Dean Computer Science Engineering. Hello sir, very good morning. Hi sir. Now we have Professor Sunil Kumar, Deputy Dean Computer Science Engineering. Hello sir, very good morning. Hi sir. Now we have Professor Sunil Kumar, Deputy Dean Computer Science Engineering. Hello sir, very good morning. Hi sir. Now we have Professor Sunil Kumar, Deputy Dean Computer Science Engineering. Hello sir, very good morning. Hi sir. Now we have Professor Sunil Kumar, Deputy Dean Computer Science Engineering. Hello sir, very good morning. Hi sir. Now we have Professor Sunil Kumar, Deputy Dean Computer Science Engineering. Hello sir, very good morning. Hi sir. Now we have Professor Sunil Kumar, Deputy Dean Computer Science Engineering. Hello sir, very good morning.
No sound, no audio. Check please.
Hi sir. Now we have Professor Sunil Kumar, Deputy Dean Computer Science Engineering. Hello sir, very good morning.
No sound, no audio. Check please.
Hi sir. Now we have Professor Sunil Kumar, Deputy Dean Computer Science Engineering. Hello sir, very good morning.
No sound, no audio. Check please.
Hi sir. Now we have Professor Sunil Kumar, Deputy Dean Computer Science Engineering. Hello sir, very good morning.
No sound, no audio. Check please.
Hi sir. Now we have Professor Sunil Kumar, yes sir, Deputy Dean Computer Science Engineering. Yes sir. Hello sir, very good morning.
No sound, no audio. Check please.
Hi sir. Now we have Professor Sunil Kumar, yes sir, Deputy Dean Computer Science Engineering. Yes sir. Hello sir, very good morning.
No sound, no audio. Check please.
Hi sir. Now we have Professor Sunil Kumar, yes sir, Deputy Dean Computer Science Engineering. Yes sir. Hello sir, very good morning.
No sound, no audio. Check please.
Yes, sir. Now we have Professor. Hello, Sunil Kumar. Yes, sir. Sunil sir. Deputy in Computer Science Engineering.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है सर क्या?
Sunil sir. Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Very good morning.
No sound, no audio video. Check please.
Yes, sir. Now we have Professor. Hello, Sunil Kumar. Yes, sir. Sunil sir. Deputy in Computer Science Engineering.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है सर क्या?
Sunil sir. Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Very good morning.
No sound, no audio video. Check please.
Yes, sir. Now we have Professor.
Hello everyone and welcome to
Hello, Sunil Kumar. Yes, sir. Sunil sir. Deputy in Computer Science Engineering.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है सर क्या?
Sunil sir. Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Very good morning.
To the international webinar on post-COVID-19
Yes, sir.
healthcare, information technology and
Now
First of all,
we have,
I consider it a great
Professor.
honor everyone and welcome to
Hello, Sunil Kumar. Yes, sir. Sunil sir. Deputy in Computer Science Engineering.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है personal
Sunil sir.
achievement allow me to
Hello, sir.
welcome motivation
Very good morning.
to the international webinar without your support and healthcare, information technology and First of all,
Now
I on the behalf of
we have,
consider it a
Professor.
great honor everyone and welcome
Hello, Sunil Kumar. Yes, sir. Sunil sir. Deputy in Computer Science Engineering.
personal
Sunil sir.
achievement allow me to
Hello, sir.
welcome
Very good morning.
the international webinar without your support and despite of your technology. First of all,
Now
I on the behalf of
we have,
consider it a
Professor.
great honor everyone and
Hello,
welcome
Sunil Kumar. Yes, sir. Sunil sir. Deputy in Computer Science Engineering.
personal
Sunil sir.
achievement
Yes, sir.
allow me to
Hello, sir.
welcome
Very good morning.
and the international webinar without your support and despite of your technology.
Now we have, Professor. Hello, Sunil Kumar. Yes, sir. Sunil sir. Deputy in Computer Science Engineering. Sunil sir. Hello, sir. Very good morning. Now we have, Professor. Hello, Sunil Kumar. Yes, sir. Sunil sir. Deputy in Computer Science Engineering. Sunil sir. Hello, sir. Very good morning. Sangam University. His topic is post-COVID-19 real impact and strategies in health sector India. Yes, sir. In computer science engineering. Now we are going to start our session. Good morning. Dr. Upi Gupta sir. Register Sangam University. His topic is post-COVID-19 real impact and strategies in health sector India. Yes, sir. Computer science engineering. Now we are going to start our session. Good morning. Dr. Upi Gupta sir. Register Sangam University. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Science engineering. Yes, sir. Now we are going to.
invite on this. मेरी आवाज आई?
Respected Registrar Sir, Dr. O.P. Gupta, Sangam University, India, is now going to present his topic on post-COVID-19 impact and strategies in education sector in India. Hello, sir. Very good morning. Hello, sir. Very good morning. Due to some technical error, now I would like to call Professor Dr. K.P. Yadav, sir, President, Sangam University, India. His topic of interest is ML and AI is helping to prevent spread of COVID-19. Hello, sir. Very good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, all and one. Respected dignitaries and speakers from the international countries, our team members, Registrar Professor Gupta, Deputy Dean Professor Sunil, Coordinator of the team, Mr. Kuntal Barua, and other members. Good morning to one and all. Once again, welcome you all in this international webinar today. This webinar is conducted by the Department of Computer Science and in association with the Computer Society of India, CSI. So I would like to convey to both of them best wishes for conducting this on the topic post-COVID-19 superpowers, computer science, healthcare, information technology, and personal branding. Today, everyone knows how the world is suffering for this coronavirus disease, COVID-19. Still, vaccines and medicines are in the preparatory stage. They have not reached in the final stage to provide the sufferers. So it's a time to be safe, to do the precautions by each and everyone, so that we should not suffer and disease must not spread further. As computer science, artificial intelligence, machine learning is one of the latest area, even you can say the research area, which is helping to the human being, humankind, in a variety of ways. So I have chosen this topic to talk on this issue. How this machine learning and artificial intelligence can help you to prevent the COVID-19. My voice is audible. Mr. Kuntal, my voice is audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Two of the major questions surrounding COVID are if and when will things go back to the normal, and whether we should prepare for subsequent or new waves of coronavirus infections. Obviously, there are two questions with us. Although no one has the final answer, thanks to the data analysis, we can better understand what and how it happened. Viral pandemics are a serious threat to the humankind. COVID-19 is not the first and it won't be the last. As we know, earlier we have suffered from so many diseases. We are collecting and sharing what we learned about the virus. So that virus is not disturbed. Hundreds of research teams around the world are combining their efforts to collect data and develop solutions. We want to shine a light on their work and show how machine learning and AI are helping to us. Everybody knows machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms allow us to diagnose and customize medical care and follow-up plans to get better results. In field of primary healthcare, medical teams specialized in infections, epidemiologists, and various experts have had to prepare for something new. A widespread health crisis triggered by an extremely infectious virus. In many cases, decisions on case detection, treatment prescription, and ICU intensive care unit procedures have been made. Data science and big data are providing highly valuable for improving hospital management that can improve the services of the hospital. With the arrival of COVID-19, we are focusing on understanding better how hospitals work and helping them deliver their services better way. They have achieved this by adopting their software, data, questionnaires, diagnosis, and different algorithms. Now, the question of comes how computers can contribute to controlling the COVID-19 pandemic is being posed to experts in artificial intelligence all over the world. As we know, artificial tools, AI tools, can help in many different ways. They are being used to predict the spread of coronavirus, map its genetic evolution as it transmits from human to human, speed up diagnosis, and in the development of potential treatments. while also helping policymakers cope with the related issues such as the impact on transport, food supplies, and travel. But in all these cases, artificial intelligence is only effective if it has sufficient examples to learn from. As COVID-19 has taken the world into uncharted territory, the deep learning systems which computers use to acquire new capabilities don't necessarily have the data they need to produce useful outputs. Artificial intelligence, that is AI based mathematical models, are playing an important role in helping policymakers understand how COVID 19 is spreading and when the rate of infections is set to peak. By drawing on data from the field, such as the number of the deaths, AI models can help to detect how many infections are and simultaneously they prepare accordingly. It is also the case that artificial intelligence based diagnostics that are being applied in related areas can quickly be repurposed for diagnosing COVID 19 infections. We hold the AI radiology reporting which has an algorithm for automatically detecting both lung cancer and collapsed lungs from X-rays. Reported that the algorithm can quickly identify chest X-rays from COVID-19 patients as normal or abnormal. This instant triage could potentially speed up diagnosis and ensure resources are allocated properly. Artificial intelligence can also be used to help identify individuals who might be unknowingly infected with COVID 19. Chinese tech company Baidu says its new AI enabled infrared sensor system can monitor the temperature of people in the proximity and quickly determine whether they may have a fever or not, one of the symptoms of the coronavirus. In an 11th March 2020 article in the MIT Technology Review, Baidu said the technology is being used in Beijing's Qinghe railway station to identify passengers who are potentially infected, where it can examine up to 200 people in 1 minute without disrupting the passengers' flow. It's one of the bigger achievements. A report from the World Health Organization on how China has responded to the coronavirus says the country has also used big data and AI to strengthen contact tracing and the management of priority populations. AI tools are also being deployed to better understand the biology and chemistry of the coronavirus, that is its mutation from one country to another country, and pave the way for the development of effective treatments and a vaccine, finally. Similarly, US biotech Insilico medicine is using artificial intelligence AI algorithms to design new molecules that could limit COVID-19 ability to replicate in human cells. In a paper published in February 2020, the company says it has taken advantage of recent advances in deep learning to remove the need to manually design features and learn nonlinear mappings between molecular structures and their biological and pharmacological properties. The pandemic has led enterprise software company Salesforce to diversify into life sciences in a study demonstrating that artificial intelligence models can learn the language of biology, just as they can do speech and image recognition. Everybody knows AI is used everywhere in speech and image recognition, even in diagnosis of some diseases also, chronic diseases also. The idea is that the AI system will then be able to design proteins or identify unknown proteins that have specific properties which could be used to treat COVID-19. Salesforce fed the amino acid sequences of proteins and their associated metadata into its Progen AI system. The system takes each training sample and formulates a game in which it tries to predict the next amino acid in a sequence. Predicting the risk of infection, the early statistics show that important risk factors that determine how likely an individual is to contract COVID-19 that include the age, pre-existing conditions, general hygiene habits, social habits, number of human interactions, frequency of interactions, location and climate, socio-economic status. Prevention measures such as wearing masks, washing hands, and social distancing are likely to influence overall risk as well. As more and better data becomes available and currently ongoing studies produce results, we will likely see more practical applications of machine learning for predicting infection risk. Now, predicting who is at risk of developing a severe case through the artificial intelligence. Once a person or the group has become infected, we need to predict the risk of that person or group developing complications or requiring advanced medical care. Many people experience only mild symptoms, while others develop severe lung disease or acute respiratory distress syndrome, that is ARDS, which is potentially deadly. It's not possible to treat and closely monitor everyone with mild symptoms, as number is too high. But it's far better to start treatment early if more severe symptoms are likely to develop. In the computers, materials and Continua Journal, researchers published an article showing that machine learning could potentially predict the likelihood of a patient developing ARDS as well as the risk of mortality just by looking at the initial symptoms. The researchers acknowledge the limitations of this research, but it is much better because it is used in the prediction. How predicting treatment outcomes through the artificial intelligence and extension of severity prediction is predicting the treatment's outcome, which is often literally a matter of predicting life and death. Clearly, it would be useful to know how likely a patient is to survive, given certain symptoms on the basis of that. But on top of this, it's important to keep in mind that not all patients are treated in the same way. Given a specific patient or group, how effective is a specific treatment likely to be? It is a future research part that is predicting the treatment outcomes. Next one is how screening patients and diagnosing COVID-19 through AI. When a new pandemic hits, diagnosing individuals is challenging. Testing on a large scale is difficult, and tests are likely to be expensive also, especially in the beginning. Anyone who has any symptoms of COVID-19 like coronavirus is likely to be very concerned that they have contracted the disease, even if the same symptoms are indicative of many other potentially milder diseases too. Sometimes the similar happens in the body. Symptoms comes in human being. And instead of taking medical samples from each patient and waiting for slow, expensive lab reports to come back, a simpler, faster, and cheaper test, even if it's less accurate, would be useful in gathering of data on a large scale. This data could be used for further research as well as for screening and triaging patients. When it comes to using machine learning to help diagnose COVID-19, promising research areas include using face scans to identify symptoms such as whether or not the patient has a fever. Even, some patients don't have any kind of symptoms. Using wearable technology such as smart watches to look for telltale patterns in a patient's resting heart rate. Using the machine learning powered chatbots to screen patients based on self-reported symptoms. If doctors spend too much time answering worried patients, basic questions arises. They have less time to focus on treating patients who need them more. Many countries have therefore developed self-triage systems where patients complete a questionnaire about their symptoms and medical history before being advised whether to stay home or call a doctor or visit a hospital. Many companies, including Microsoft, have released chatbots that help people self-identify their best course of action given their specific symptoms. With these words, I would like to convey our best wishes to the organizers and all the experts, all the viewers, all the participants who are participating and who will share their views in the era of this post-COVID-19 superpowers. Best wishes and thanks to once again to the departments and experts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I would like to invite our registrar, Sangam University India, Dr. O.P. Gupta, sir. Dr. O.P. Gupta, sir. His topic of interest is post-COVID-19 impact and strategies in education sector India. So we would love to welcome our registrar, Sangam University India, Dr. O.P. Gupta, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kuntal. Okay, thank you, Dr. Kuntal. Hello.
Thank you, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All is right.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kuntal. Hello.
Yes.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and all other dignitaries. Good morning to one and all. Everybody is worried about the impact of this COVID-19. How can we stay relevant? In what ways we can contribute as individuals and as an academician? As we know, that the present Indian education system is the most diverse and largest in the world, having more than 15 lakh schools and around 50,000 higher education institutions. The pandemic has significantly disturbed the higher education sector of the country, or we can say the world. All the education institutes closed temporarily in the month of March due to this pandemic as a measure to control the spread of the novel coronavirus. Till now, there is no certainty when they will reopen. The schools and universities closure will not only have a short-term impact on the continuity of learners of 285 million young learners of the country, but also create far-reaching economic and societal consequences. Structure of schooling and learning, including teaching and assessment methodology, was the first to be affected by these closures. Only a handful of institutions could adopt online teaching methods, but rest have completely shut down for not having access to e-learning solutions. The students miss the opportunity for learning and feeling economical and social stress. Every year, a large number of Indian students enroll in foreign universities, especially in the countries worst affected by the pandemic, such as United States of America, United Kingdom, Australia, and China. Many such students have now been barred from leaving these countries. If the situation persists in the long run, a decline in the demand for international higher education is expected. The bigger concern on everybody's mind is the effect of the disease on the employment rate. Recent graduates in India are fearing withdrawal of jobs offered from corporates because of the current situation. Center for Monitoring Indian Economies estimates on unemployment sort of from 8.4% in mid-March to 23 in April, and the urban employment rate is 30.9%. Needless to say, the pandemic has transformed the centuries-old chalk-talk teaching model to one driven by technology. This disruption in the diversity of education is pushing policymakers to figure out how to drive engagement at scale while ensuring including e-learning solutions and tackling the digital divide. A multi-pronged strategy is necessary to manage the crisis and build a resilient Indian education system in long term. Some of them are: first, immediate measures are essential to ensure continuity of learning in schools and universities. Open source digital learning solutions and learning management software should be adopted so that teachers can adopt teaching online. Second, inclusive learning solutions need to be developed, especially for the most vulnerable and marginalized category. With the rapid increase of mobile internet users in India, which is expected to reach 85% households by 2024, technology is enabling everywhere access as personalized education, even in the remotest part of the country. This can change the schooling system and increase the effectiveness of learning and teaching, giving students and teachers multiple options to choose from. Third, it is also important to reconsider the current delivery and pedagogical methods in schools and higher education by seamless integrating classroom learning with e-learning modes to build a confined learning system. Fourth, Indian traditional knowledge is well known across the globe for its scientific innovations, values, and benefits to develop sustainable technologies and medicines. The courses on Indian traditional knowledge system in the field of yoga and Indian medicines, architecture, hydraulics, metallurgy, and agriculture should be integrated with the present-day mainstream university education to serve the larger cause of humanity. In this time of crisis, a well-rounded and effective educational practice is needed for the capacity building of young minds. It will develop skill that will drive their employability, productivity, health, and well-being in the decades to come and ensure the overall progress of India. Friends, all we understand very well that health is wealth. Nothing is precious than health, so we must care ourselves, our families, societies, and countries. At last, I am going to conclude my speech with the famous quote of Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore. Faith is the bulb that fills the light when the dawn is still dark. The darkness that looms over the world at this moment in the curse of COVID-19 pandemic, while the bird of human freedom finds itself caged under lockdown. Unable to fly, enthused by the beacon of hope, human beings will soon start picking up pieces of a sad future of humanity. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Madan Kumar Srinivasan, Associate Vice President, Lead Cloud Analytics, Accenture, Bangalore, India. His topic of interest is post-COVID-19 technology innovation path forward in current scenario. Hello, sir.
Good morning, one and all. Happy to be here, part of such a wonderful program organized by Sangam University. Thanks to everybody. And this is the topic of the need. The world is in a critical situation, and the technology and the industry and education world is kind of stuck. What to do next and where to go from here, right? So, of course, we all understand in any complex situation or in our day-to-day life, technology has its important play. Today, if you look at the world population, there are almost none who don't make use of the use of technology, right? So rather than talking about the technology and its influence, which we all are aware of, I would like to go next step towards what can make uh, post-COVID a more fruitful journey for industries, for R&D, and for academia. So be it student or a researcher or an IT company employee, whoever it is, what would make more sense, and then what would make the world a better place to grow, right? So if I'm going to skip technology, then what would be the next step? Certainly, when we talk about technology, we will primarily cover about what technology is today and what are all the tools and and other technology complemented stuffs that we use to get benefit of. But what is next? Innovation, right? What is innovation? So innovation is something which is going to clearly define how we are benefiting from today's technology and what is going to be tomorrow's, right? So when we talk about innovation of tomorrow, it can be a small enhancement of what we have today, or else it can be totally different, which can make a huge impact and change to the humanity itself, right? So the time is quite lesser, so rather than simply talking, I would like to show you something. I'm going to use some of my material which I recently prepared for one of the new initiative that we are driving from Researchers Academy called India Patent Initiative. So I would like to share some content about Indian patent statistics. Of course, the focus primarily will be on India and India's number, but also it will cover key statistics about world regions. right? Let me share my screen. I hope you are able to see my screen. Kuntal, can you confirm if you can see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, of course, this is an international seminar, and I am clearly aware. We have a good number of participants from India, but we do have more than 15 countries participants on the call today. So, pardon me. This is a content which I have prepared for one of the initiative that we are driving across India. This is called India Patent Initiative. So I'll be using some content from here, but this will clearly have statistics about many key countries that play a very important role with respect to patents. Who knows, your country may also appear, but however, you will get to know some of the best practices also out of this, right? So let's get in. So here is an interesting statistics about number of researchers per million as per 2016. This is the statistics from UNESCO. This statistics very clearly says China has 1,200 plus researchers per 10 lakhs or 1 million, whereas in the chart, Japan leads the way with 5,200 inventors per million, which is a great number, right? But where is India? That would be of interest of many people here on the call, where India stands, right? Of course, India is not there, but if you look at here, we have India's number. Yes, as per 2016, India's number of researchers per million is only 216. The number cannot be compared with any other number that are visible here, right? Of course, if you try to calculate the real number, obviously the number of researchers in the whole country, if you look at, certainly India's number will be much bigger than other countries. But what is more important is the split, the density of researchers, right? Which is more important. Let's move on. Look at a few other numbers. So before to which, shall we ask the question: is Japan the country which has the maximum number of researchers per million in the world? Probably not. There is one more country which I wanted to keep it as a surprise. Probably, like, audience on the call, you can answer if you know which may be the country and what would be the number of researchers in that country per million. It will be quite interesting. You can use our chat window both in Facebook or YouTube, and you can answer this, right? So there is another country which is a little better than Japan, which has more number of researchers, which has 7,100 plus researcher, and this is statistics as per 2016. Today it would be a little more higher, right? What would be the country, right? The country is how many of you recognize the flag? Okay, I'm sure most of you would have recognized. So that is South Korea, right? South Korea has 7,100 researchers per million in their country. So which is a proud number, and this is a great number for every country to take away. And we should all have a positive motivation towards growing from whatever the number we are. See, if you look at US, for that matter, has 4,300, and European Union put together is close to 3,800, right? So all the countries have a long way to go, and innovation is a key for tomorrow, right? And here is another interesting statistics that talks about the number of filings per million, right? Of course, the numbers are very interesting, and India has a very lowest number of patents that are filed. This is a statistics from World IP Organization, which is World Intellectual Property Organization, whereas clearly Japan has 200 times patents filed compared to India, right? So here is another interesting statistics that talks about apart from your home country, which are the countries or the number of filings that other country people have filed in different nations, right? For example, if you are from, let's say, China, and in which other country you file more, right? So if you look at 60,000 people have filed patents from other country than China, whereas US leads the way, right? Many countries are attracted towards filing their patents in USA, right? So these are all some important number for us to understand, like where we have to grow from here, right? So here is another number, the total number of patents filed, in the world, right? So we have China leading the way, and then like we have US, Japan, European Union, but where is India, right? Sadly, again, India's number is very low. If you are trying to look at India's number somewhere in the left side of the figure, you would be disappointed. But you need to see the rightmost corner. India has comparatively a lower number of patents filed. And in India, which are the companies that have filed maximum number of patents, right? So here we have great companies like Qualcomm, Samsung, Huawei, Ericsson, and Oppo. Obviously, this is a very important number because these companies have filed more number of patents in 2018 and 19 year in India. But if you look at these countries, these are all typically non-Indian brands. Of course, like in India, we do respect any international companies who operate out of India, who manufacture goods, who do business out of our land, and provide great innovation and job opportunities over our citizens, right? So but again, what disappoints is the non-Indian brands, they file more patents than Indian brands. So let's look at what are the Indian home brands who have filed and what are their numbers, right? So here is the very interesting number. All IITs put together in the same year, 2018 and 19, filed close to 600 patents, but this number can suddenly be higher. And Chandigarh University, as an individual institution, has filed 300 plus patents, and TCS, which is India's most leading IT firm, has filed close to 250 patents, and others are, right. So what these numbers typically shows us, and what are we trying to understand from these numbers? So these numbers are not to create a disappointment to either anybody from India or from anybody from other country. These numbers to clearly give you the picture of where we stand today. Only then you will understand where we really need to go, right? So these numbers very clearly says, be it India and other few countries which are not on the top list, right? It only says there are huge amount of opportunity, especially when it comes to technology innovation. We all can contribute. We all can grow really well, right? So let's move forward. I'm going to show you another very interesting statistics about Global Creative Index. So what is Global Creative Index? Right, so this is a report created by MPI, or Martin Prosperity Institute, and this is as per 2015. And of course, MPI is no more now. Such a great statistical institution. They have been closed for a strategy reason, but the latest report that they have produced is 2015. Of course, I have kept some of the interesting figures which will be very interested for all of us to understand, not just one country but many other countries, right? So here, as per, so we call this as a GCI report. So as per GCI report, as per 2015, these are all the top 10 countries who have great creative index, right? So Australia stands number one, and then US, and the third is New Zealand. So a very interesting point for the global country to understand is how Australia and New Zealand stands at peak
Excuse
in
me,
terms of.
excuse me, sir. Can you share your screen?
Hello. Yeah. My screen is shared. Is it not shared?
No, sir. It is not showing.
It is not
Okay.
showing in YouTube, etc.
Okay. Let me share again.
Maybe we have to off the speaker focus view. Then maybe.
Okay. Let me know. Can you able to see?
No, sir. Not
Yeah.
yet.
Is it visible now, Kuntal?
No, sir. Not yet.
Okay.
No, but I can see it.
So are you able to see Global Creative Index report slide?
Yeah.
We can see in the Google Meet, but in the YouTube not showing. So maybe we have to shift the view in YouTube.
Okay.
Show view.
Let me share again.
It is focused to speaker only in the YouTube.
Are you able to see now?
Sir, no, not yet. I don't know why it's not. Uh,
The screen is visible at my end. Maybe Kuntal, you have to check your screen.
Sir, screen is visible in Google Meet, but not in YouTube. And so participants are writing in
Okay.
the comments that they cannot see the screen.
I don't know.
Google Meet we can see.
Here is every settings. Okay.
Maybe it's focused on speaker or what? Maybe
Are you able to see now? Kuntal, are you able to see the screen?
No, sir. It's you are visible only. Not you. Okay, sir, no issue. You can continue.
Okay. Thank you. So whoever are unmuted, probably if you can mute, then there won't be any noise interference. Thank you. So let's continue. Sorry for the disturbance. So this is a GCA report, Global Creativity Index report. So as I was mentioning, it very clearly says Australia and New Zealand stands away, and United States stands at number two. And there are various factors which are at the back of this calculation. Probably like you can search for GCA index, the detailed report. You'll be able to understand how these ranks are given, and you have the top 10 countries listed here, right? Of course, if you look at these countries and their creativity, or the innovation path, and the products from these countries, you'll really understand these are all the countries. They do justification to the rank that has been given to them. But where are other countries? At least where is India, right? So uh, if you go down to the list, you will see at 99th position India has been listed, and few other countries. So is it good that India stands at 100th rank? Of course, 100th rank is not a bad rank, but of course, being a country of 1.3 billion people, which is one of the largest population of the entire world's population count, we have better job to do. We have better opportunities to go ahead and then pick it up, which is only going to create better opportunity for us and our future generation in coming years, right? And beyond that, I just want to give you some more very interesting world map. Of course, each one of you here, you will be able to identify in the whole world map where your country stands, right? So I'm going to show you from the GCA report some important key statistics, right? So this is the figure that talks about the overall global creativity index. So the more darker your country is, it says the more creative you are, the more lighter your country is, which means you really need to go further and then do much more to improve your creativity, right? So those white colored countries are still have a huge path towards them to become more creative, right? So I think this is a very interesting and useful figure for most of us here. And here is another interesting figure that talks about the global innovation roadmap. So what do you mean by that? So this talks about the number of patents filed in these countries and where they are standing in the innovation map as on date, right? So once again, the color combination is same. The more darker your country, you have already have a strong potential. So you need to understand the patents are one of the stronger measure for any country, any institution, any organizations to make future money, right? And then gain the trust from your competitor, your customers, and you get better admission if you are an institution, etc. And let's look at the talent maps, right? So basically, at least the more crowded countries, be it India or be it China and few others, we always think that because we have a huge number of population, we imagine that we have been treated with high respect with respect to the talent that is present in the country. Of course, if you look at once again, like the patent number, if you look at the number of people in India or China or few other countries, you will have better total number. But if you look at the density, this is how the statistics shows. So we really need to focus more on the training activities, learning activities in India, and basically in African and Asian countries, in order to improve talent, our country's talent. So here comes the most interesting and most favorite of my slide. So this talks about the creative class map. So what do you mean by global creative class map, right? So this says, whatever we have seen is so far the actual current number. What is the future number? What is the roadmap? So where are the potential with whatever we have done so far, right? So this creative class map says where these countries with this color coding have potential to be most successful tomorrow, meaning in coming years, right? That is where it will shock you. It very clearly says the darker countries have better future. Okay, so especially African and Asian countries, of course, Middle East as well. We have to really focus on innovation. We have to really focus on intellectual properties. We need to focus on filing more number of patents which are meaningful, which are useful, which makes technology easier and homegrown, so that the benefit and the product that we make will also become commercially helpful to your country's financial growth, right? So I'm sure these information are quite useful, and if you look at why are we at least this can be a very interesting slide for both Indians as well as people who have been listed under white color or lighter color numbers, or why we are little backward, and where we are going wrong, and what we can do to improve this, right? So of course we can talk about many other factors like government's investment and other budgetary constraints, etc. So there are a lot of external factors which is not in our hand. We won't be able to do anything there, but certainly there are some internal factors which we need to really understand and focus on. So I'm going to talk about some of the very important internal factors which is under each one of our control. We can do better, right? The first To me, the first important problem is we are quite confused between the paper publications and patents, right? So you need to understand, once if the paper is published, an idea is published in terms of paper, you cannot file a patent, right? So whereas if you file a patent, there is a way, there is a provision, you can also extract the information, you can derive the content from your patent, and you can go and file not one but more than one publications. On the other hand, there is a clear misunderstanding and then your wrong guidance in academia that only paper publications will help them to get their degrees like masters or a PhD, etc. But if you go and look at be it UGC norms or AICT norms or other countries university regulation committees norms, it clearly says every single patent has easily more than double the time of the publications effect. So right, so what does it mean is it is not always mandatory that you only should have your paper publications, but also your quality patent, which will make you eligible to get your degrees out, especially like MS by research or a PhD, etc. And the other important thing is mostly today's academic the focus has got changed to job oriented education rather than uh, you know uh, uh, pushing students towards higher education and research relevant, right? So this is something, of course, we cannot completely blame the institutions alone, because the institutions are driven by parents expectation and students expectation. So we all have a role to play. Whoever on the call, we have a role to play. Convey the message, take it to your society, take it to the parents that you know that job orientation is needed, but not necessarily at the graduate level, right? So we need to improve, we need to give the proper focus on having higher education, be it masters or be it MPhil or be it PhD or whatever it is, right? The possible higher education every kid has to complete before they get into industry, so which is only going to make industry better, the workplace better, and even the individuals to get better respect in the workplace from the beginning, right? And again, there are many countries which loses the emphasis on the huge difference between jobs versus entrepreneurship. So we all are focusing on placing our students in good companies, which is actually good, but we also need to focus on making the students understand the jobs versus entrepreneurship, starting their own company, providing employment, etc., collaborating with government funding organizations and entrepreneurship sponsorship, angel investing companies, etc., right? And again, today if you look at the hiring also, the companies inviting hiring to the campuses, their major focus is on mass recruiting companies, probably who are just service by nature, but we miss the R&D companies coming for hiring, right? So I would advise, while mass recruitment companies are very very important, and they will give very huge number of uh, placements to students and the institutions, but also we need to focus on building a good research capabilities within our students, and then uh, uh, try to attract uh, R&D and other research institutions to come to your institution for placement and give better placement to your students, right? So these are some of the internal reasons which I feel we can work around, and we can solve it by ourselves. Let me take you to uh, another portion of my talk. So this is I do this session as part of India Patent Initiative. It's a slightly a larger topic which I deliver a 2-hour talk, but I'm trying to give you the important essence of it, right? So I would like to talk about some of the best practices when it comes to a patent filing, right? So I have some 7 rules as best practices, which are the best practices that I have seen. So uh, right, the first best practice, or the rule number 1 according to me, is whenever you think about filing a patent, never forget patent is all about tomorrow's money, right? It is not just an idea protection, it is also getting a commercial benefit tomorrow from your IP. So when you are thinking about filing a patent, please invest a little, right? Meaning, do not try to do everything by yourself. Try to involve some professionals to help you evaluate your patent, to help you draft your patent, involve some external patent attorneys who will make your idea written and projected properly to the patent officers, which is a key for getting your patent granted. That is how the larger industries companies they do, right? Whereas either in smaller companies or in academics, I have seen people, they will only have a good idea, they would have implemented it, but when it comes to filing a patent, they will not invest any money, but which is a wrong practice. Please change the practice. Start investing little money in filing your patent. Rule number 2, right? This is an interesting stuff, right? When it comes to industry patent filing, right? Of course, I am from Accenture, and then I also lead the innovation and patent portfolio, some of the key units of Accenture in India. So what we do is, whenever any inventor comes with a patent idea, we will actually internally evaluate at more than one level, and then once if the internal evaluation clears off, only then Accenture will invest on filing that idea into a patent, right? So, but in academic, what I have seen in most cases was people will actually go and try to evaluate either themselves or in consultation with their research guides, and then they will go and file a patent. Though it's a good idea, but it is always it's better to involve some professional to get the idea evaluated globally for uniqueness and other important properties, and then invest your money on filing a patent, right? Especially the technical evaluator. The rule number 3, collaboration is the key, right? So to me, it is not bad idea. Like, many people will think that, like, this is my idea and I don't want to give it to anybody. I don't want to involve anybody in my patent, or I don't want to involve anybody in my project, etc. So which is a bad thinking. Please collaborate. Reach out to your friends. Think about who can make a value add to a particular idea. Self-evaluate yourself, add more number of people, and then try to build a better product, right? So when you are moving from I to V, you are going to be a better person. Your innovation is going to be a better product, right? Always there is an interesting slide. This says one person's idea and another person's idea, when you mix both, it will become a great idea, the best idea, right? So this is where the collaboration is the key. Please consider collaborating with more people, right? My rule number 4 is, as I was mentioning in the first point, I am repeating it here, very, very important. Do not file by yourself. Please engage professional attorneys or professional writers to draft your application, right? Because it is good that you will have interest to draft your patent by yourself, which is a great idea. But there is, writing a patent is a different language, right? Typically, like, I have filed so far as on date, I have filed 52 patents in my life, and every time I try to draft the content and then give it to my professional attorney. When they get back to me, when I look at how they have drafted, though I understand the language at least today after 50 plus patents, but the reality is, the patent writing is looks Greek to me, right? So I would strongly advise, at least your initial 3 patents, try to involve professional writers to write and evaluate your idea before you invest your money on filing it, right? So that makes rule number 4. Here comes rule number 5. Um, uh, you know, as I was saying, collaboration is key. Include collaborators, include people who have contributed to your idea. But at the same time, I have seen people involving some of their leadership, some of their senior people in the college, some of their head of the departments or deans, etc., just to the sake of giving some credit or getting some credit. But please understand, intellectual property is your brain outcome, right? So please think properly, and then include those who have really contributed as inventor, right? Patent is not just a fruit or food that you can just share it with everybody, right? But please involve those who have really contributed.
Sir,
Yeah. Yeah, Kunal.
sir, sorry to interrupt, sir. Sir, actually, we have a time bound listen, so please.
I'll close it in a minute or two.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Kunal. right? So here is a sixth rule. People confuse themselves stating great problem statement is inventable, right? So please understand, the problem statement is not something which you can do a patent, but it is always a technical solution, right? If somebody has a great idea, for example, imagine this, right? I want to design a vehicle which can travel faster than a light, right? So the statement is great, but unless I design it and I have a prototype and I experiment it to somebody, I cannot really patent it. So it's not just the state problem statement, but the invention. The last rule is, please understand, all developers are not inventors, right? All developers are not inventors. The persons who contribute to the idea, right, who makes the value add to the idea, who build the product, are the inventors. You can involve other developers. They may or may not be part of the patent filing, right? So as I said, this is a little larger presentation, so I will stop it here. uh, you know uh, but the conclusion here is, please understand, for going from here post COVID, right, to really reach to next level, for any particular country, for any particular academic institutions or industry, be it small or medium or large, or as an individual, what is very important is, think about technology, think about what can make tomorrow's human life easier, and prepare yourself to be a great inventor, and come out with more number of patents. Focus on more give more focus on patents than publications. If you have any doubt, if you need any support, reach out to me. We will try to help you out. Thank you one and all for the great opportunity. I would like to conclude by conveying thanks to those who are on the call, the patient listeners. Thank you everybody, and then a special thanks to Sangam University for organizing such a wonderful program on this mid of COVID-19 crisis. And I'm sure this seminar is going to be very useful to the global audience. And special thanks to Mr. Kuntal, who followed me up to make this program happen. I'm sure he coordinated with so many other people. I wish you all the best, Kundal. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation and thoughts on post-COVID-19 technology innovation, the path forward in current scenario. So now I would like to invite Dr. Sandeep Poddar, sir, Senior Research Director and Executive Editor Publications, Lincoln University College, Malaysia. His topic of interest is post-COVID-19 healthcare, a new dimensions. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. You can see my screen now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And YouTube is okay? Please check. Maybe it will take. Thank you and very good day to all of you. All of you are from different countries, and it is organized from India by Sangam University, by Dr. Kuntal, taken good initiative. I first express my gratitude to Honorable President Sir present here, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, and all the dignitaries present and all the guest speakers. Today we are going to speak on international webinar on post-COVID-19 superpowers, computer science, healthcare, information technology, and personal branding. So just now we have heard from our president sir that how is our healthcare system is affected and what is the information technology, how it's helping. Then from our vice chancellor, I think he also explained how is the IT technology is helping. And now just now we have heard about the personal branding, about the patents and private what we call publications. So now I am just talking about different aspect. Healthcare, a new dimension in the post-COVID era, we can tell. So what is healthcare? As long as we see that healthcare is caring of the COVID patients, the doctors, nurses, medical assistants they are taking, and also related to the other support healthcare workers like the police, military, armies, who are cleaners, and all the support workers who are 24 hours working every day to support our life. They are also healthcare workers. Now you can see in the airport, you can see in the screening camp, there are persons working. Police is standing beside. These are the healthcare workers. In Malaysia, you can see the car, inside the car, drive-through testing also there. So these all done by the healthcare workers, not only doctors, nurses, cleaners, and also policemen also, we can tell they are the healthcare workers. So about the healthcare, what is health? We have two types of health, physical and mental. So I will discuss about the both of these. First, what is going on this economic depression? Means after the COVID, what is going on now? There is a sharp decrease in the earning of the global expansion is closed down. Contraction in the global extraction is going on to the world economic, as per the World Economic Forum. So world economy is depressed. So what is the condition for the depression? The people lose job. Some of the companies have liquidity of fund. They can withstand for longer time of lockdown. But some companies which have no funding and liquidity of fund, they are closing down. So many are people in March, more than 20% people have been jobless in Malaysia itself. And also in India, you can see that within 10,000 we have screened, or 25% have been jobless during the March. And now it is May, and as now onwards, and it is more. So because all the parts, suppose small bus, tram, taxis, all is under lockdown. So there is a global pandemic in this great lockdown, but all over the countries, nobody want to lock down as the economy is going down. So there is a sharp decrease in the contraction in the global projection. Now this is, you can see an example, a Malaysian airport. Before lockdown, many of you visited Malaysian airport, so many persons working, so many persons engaged, so many flight attended, many things are there, but now it is empty like this. But maybe in future it is going on, but the condition is like this. So in this COVID-19 recession has been seeing the fastest and steepest, what you call the decrease in the graph. In last 10 years we have not seen this. Last 20 years also we have not faced this type of condition. And nobody was aware about the thing, what is going to happen. Means we are all is unaware. Now these things, the joblessness condition and etc., causing an economic recession, and from there the depression comes. And this depression is, as per the depression means for the books, it is a black dog syndrome. WHO terms is black dog. This black dog is always with us. If it is small or big, it is always with us. But now the black dog syndrome, if the depression, we are in depression, the black dog's shadow is covering us. We are going under the black dog. We cannot come out. Even we take medicine, even we take anything, we unknowingly we are in the depressed state. when we going to the road, we are blaming China, we are blaming Prime Minister, we are blaming Chief Minister, we are blaming police, we are blaming the health workers. But we don't think if we are in their place, what is our condition? How we can handle? We don't think about that. We think ourselves. We go and protest beside the hospital. But we don't think, if I go and protest, we get infected. We may get infected, and that will give overburden to that thing, the health workers. That they cannot have the facility to tackle. We don't have the facility. We cannot create the facility at a time. A few days ago, there in India, there is Amphoon, the type, the cyclone hit. So this is a natural disaster that we cannot tackle. I have heard, maybe I have not seen the news, in Ladakh today is earthquake. So these are the things which is not in our hand, and we are getting depressed that we cannot move forward. So this is the depression, is a mood of disorder, as all of us know, that feeling of sadness, emptiness, and we become angry, outbreaks, and sleeplessness. These are all the the conditions of depression. So in this context, I must tell you that today the data showing this is the total number of cases and total number of global death. And in India, total number is around 5,500,000, and total global official death rate is around 15,000 people. So if we see that, so you can see that India is now in fourth place in the infected condition. And if we see this calculation of today's data, that world population total percentage of death is 5.505, and India the total death is 3.12. USA total death is 5.07. In contrast to Malaysia, it is 1.41. So it is a very very bad situation and a steep situation where we have to control ourselves. We have to think how USA, a good supporting country, cannot give the facility because the people don't maintain their hygienic distance and etc. They are adamant. In India also, so much populated country, Bangladesh, India, we cannot control. They don't have the facility also to wash their hand with water. However, thinking about soap water, we cannot think that every village have water facility and also soap water facility. It is far distance. Sanitizer, forget. So there is a strict, and we have to think how we can overcome. This is the challenge. So previously, before COVID, we are in comfort zone. As all of us know that this is a famous chart created, and after the COVID, we are fear zone. Now lockdown in every country, for what purpose? It is not that COVID will run away within lockdown. That we are in lockdown, COVID running away. No, lockdown is the learning zone where we have to think and we have to understand how the COVID is. This means going on from one places to another country to another persons to another, and how it is affecting, how we can control, how we can give time to the health workers to face the new situation. Am I audible to everybody, sir?
Yes, sir.
And YouTube also showing my slide?
Yeah. Yes, sir. No issue.
Thank you. So as this is going on, lockdown condition, this is like China. China, we don't know that many of us have not seen maybe the Wuhan video before that lockdown effect and after the lockdown effect. How they are maintaining? Their population also great, but not so congested. And how they are maintaining the distance? What the facility they are using? That thing we have to learn. This is the learning zone during lockdown. And after that, we will go out in the growth zone. Every country is releasing now MCO. MCO means movement control order, lifted in all over the countries, in US, in Malaysia, everywhere. So in India also, many people now going to job work. So in this, I would like to focus on this Kubler-Ross model. Many of you know that grief model of Kubler-Ross, that where first time we don't accept, we deny that this is not in China, it is not come to the hot countries like this, in India or in other countries, Malaysia, like that. So after that, when it comes, we are frustrated. We are become angry that yes, it is come from China. These are the people spreading this, but we don't think that okay, what I have to do. I am thinking, oh, this is no problem. This is China, a hot country like that. Now when it's come, oh, this is this person's fault. This is the minister's fault. Then we are depressed. We are jobless. Then we are bargaining how we can come out. And that stage is we are going out in growth phase. In the last graph, we have seen we are in growth zone. So we have to accept that yes, Corona will not go away. It will stay with us, and we have to maintain social distancing. We have to keep checking everything. We have to wear masks. Many things we have to think. So in this context, there is a shift in demand. Demand in the what you call the IT sector. You can see this is in 16 June that there is a boom in the electronic markets. There is a production of the chips, etc., semiconductor devices is in need because the huge use of the IT and infrastructure for during the lockdown period. So also there is also you can see this Grab drivers and also Food Panda, etc., the food delivery, because the people cannot go to market. Many old people are there. We may think that no, it is a fantasy to order KFC, etc., by by call, but not at all. It is also supporting the old persons who cannot go out during the lockdown to collect their own market vegetables, etc. So they are the people are needed during this time, and this is controlled by IT system. So on this context, you can see the driving, as I told, in Malaysia, the testing of this, WHO giving trials for different countries. Also in Malaysia, WHO have enrolled patients and they are trying. In this also there is some working persons who is supporting the health workers, and I am placing this health worker as a Grab driver also as the health worker because they are supporting our day-to-day life. The postman, the electric supplier, the telephone operators in the systems working, they 24 hours working for background. We cannot see them. We are talking on this internet. This internet is provided by the companies, and that is supported by the energy sector. All these people is working. So these are also called health workers, in my view. And then you can see there is shift of demand. When in Malaysia and other healthcare system, there is an extreme need of the PPE, gloves, face masks, etc. This huge demand come up, and we don't have the facility to support it. Of course, we are not prepared. So we are now preparing huge amount of PPE, gloves, etc. You can see it is a Malaysian picture in June 20. So there is a huge demand, and this is coming up. You can see the logistic in China. They have bring robotic van for logistic, the parcel developed supporting. In Singapore, they have released the spy robot to check the temperature in the public places. Ministry of Human Resource Development already have. So I am just giving you this link that they have the virtual lab for the scientific research and development, means the class. So when education is stopped, they can go for the virtual lab. So here's I am sharing this cartoon that a police worker is struggling to save her family. And previously we are not giving our mobiles. Even when a child not are allowed to see the television, we are giving the mobile to the kids and they are watching it. Digital transformation is now there due to COVID. No UGC, no Ministry of Human Resource Development is forced and cannot be happen, but COVID do it. So on this context, I must focus on the mental health during the lockdown. And these slides you can see in these matters you can see in the WHO website. What to do in be good mental health. Keep informed, that we must know what is going on everywhere. We must have the knowledge that what everything means, which country, how they're protecting, etc. Then have a routine in our system, daily to daily life, that keep proper hygiene, personal care, etc. Then exercise regularly when in lockdown condition, because without exercise is the only one solution for the depression. no medicine can solve. If we take medicine, we go under the medicine, and medicine is affecting whole body. So only exercise can lead us from the depression out. So there are these things we have to keep in mind. Then minimize the news feed, and social contact we have to more by phone, by these meetings, etc., by online meetings, social contact. Then no alcohol, we have to tell. Then we have to not to watch much these online systems, because it is a bad effect and it will hamper our brain. Then we must not go for video games, and we must not go. If we see the social media, Facebook, etc., if there is misinformation, we must protect. There is a joke that when somebody posted about this is not government is doing this, I posted and he blocked me. He told, oh, you are so educated person and you are not telling anybody's name and telling that this is not government, not government. I don't know. You cannot mention any. I have not mentioned any government name. You are challenging the government and you are not maintaining the thing. So it is not right. So I protest. So he blocked me in the Facebook in his article profile. So this is a very interesting thing. So, and we must help other. And just now, previous few days back, one of the Kolkata health nurse called me, and she is working in one of the public hospital. She told, when I'm going home, I take medicine from the shop and giving to my old age neighbor, because he cannot come out from the home during the lockdown, and there is no online service to give the medicine to him. So he will die if he don't take the medicine. So I have to go to his house and give the medicine. So support like that, help the persons, whoever, how much you can help, and then support the health workers also, because they are also human. The police also human. So if they tell, you must tell that police also should take the rest at home. You are taking rest at home, he also go to rest at home. The electricity worker also should take rest from home, but they have to work. This is their duty, and for their work we are living. If the cleaner don't come, we can understand what will happen after 3 days. The garbage in front of our door. So you can go to this link of WHO and found many good information which is needed in urgency in this condition of COVID. So we must tell that life is a cricket ground, and all of us is playing different roles. Somebody is fielder, somebody is batting, but every ball have different opportunity to hit 6 over boundary. So we may mix 1 or 2 boundary, but there may be opportunity next ball. So we should not leave the ground until and unless we are bowled out. So this is the thing we have to think for going out from the depression, and we must overcome this, and we must go to the growth zone. On this context, I must mention Dr. Viktor Frankl, that he is the prisoner during the World War, and he was suffered. He has seen that all the persons, all his friends and family members dying in front of him, and many persons died due to the motivational factor during that time. But after the prison release, they cannot go up 6-inch step also. So much thin and lean, they don't have the power in their body. But he survived. How? Because he had a motto to write a book, Man's Search for Living. You can search the book and read. When he told, when we are no longer able to change a situation like this, we cannot develop a drug within 15 years. It is everybody know that 15 to 20 year need for one development of drug. We can try with hydroxychloroquine. Already drug is there. We can try Ranavir or other things, but that is already drug is there, not new drug. And vaccination is very much impossible thing, because we can see dengue also RNA virus and have different variety, cannot grow. Corona also have RNA virus and have more than 10 variety almost. We cannot develop vaccine in single day. Yes, if we develop, it is very good, but we have to think it is not developed now, and we have to withstand. We have to know it is in learning zone, and we have to grow out and grow out from this zone to other. So you cannot sit in the same comfort zone. If we stay in the comfort zone, many of you know already that comfort zone, if we cannot come out from comfort zone to growth zone, learning zone, then we are dying. So we are challenged to change ourselves. So again, I am going to tell everybody, all of us know that Charles Darwin theory, struggle for existence and survival of the fittest. Who will survive? Nature will detect, not anybody. No minister, nobody. We have to take care of ourselves, and we have to struggle, and we have to fight, and we have to make this environment better. So thank you to Sangam University for giving me the opportunity to speak on this topic. Maybe I am out from time. Thank you, and all of you should be in good health and mind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your such a wonderful speech on post-COVID-19 healthcare, a new dimension. Now, we would like to invite Dr. Supavadi Ramvit ma'am, Associate Professor of Electrical Engineering, Sangam University, Thailand. Her topic of interest is post-COVID-19 reskill and upskill, digital disruption, survival for professional development. Very good afternoon, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Madam, please unmute. Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. I hope you can see me. I try to
Yeah,
share the
ma'am.
screen. Please wait.
That is great.
Yeah, so good afternoon to everyone. So it is my pleasure to give a talk today at Sangam University International Webinar Post-COVID. Sorry, I try to share my screen. I think you can. Right. So you can see my screen, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, so today talk is about reskill and upskill, and I think this during our COVID pandemic, I think these two keywords are very important because actually the landscape of many things change. We have to stop. I mean, some have to stop working and then work from home, and then some may have to use this time to also reskill and upskill themselves. So I'm from Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok, Thailand. And Chulalongkorn University is the oldest university and the first university in Thailand. So we are ranked number one and then still currently for 7 consecutive years. We are the have all the comprehensive subject academic program, student and then staff. And then for me, I'm the associate professor there, and then stay there over 19 years now. I got my PhD from University of Washington in Seattle, and my area is on the video analytics and video compression. And then I have advised a lot of students and still have the big group of the research. And I am so active volunteer for ITU and UN on ICT for SDG, and then also for IEEE. So today you can see the trend that if we said about the illiterate of the 21st century, then it would not be who cannot read or write, but it would be who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Okay, so this is the quote from the Alvin Toffler. So yeah, American writing futurist and businessman. So in World Development Report, they have defined the term human capital. So human capital is the knowledge, skill, and health that certain people can accumulate over their life. So it means if we have these three characteristics at the very good, so it means it would enabling us to realize our potential as the productive member of the society, right? So actually we can obtain knowledge, of course, through the school, to the university. But of course today we are enter the period of the lifelong learning. So it means the continuing education is required throughout our life. And then mainly, of course, when we go through the school, then we also obtain the skill. So mainly we may obtain technical skill, but of course other kind of skill, for example, like the cross-functional skill or interpersonal skill is also, very important. And of course we need to keep our health like a very good and have a good immunity, especially during this period of time. So let's see something that relate to COVID that I talked before. So this is the recent statistic. Of course, some of the countries that was hit first in like COVID phase 1 now is going back to normal, and some country is still in the phase to recover and try to see what to do. So what happened with the economic is that is the world coming to a little bit of slowing down a lot, and we can see like a lot of business is going out, and then many people maybe lose job and so on, right? So I hope everything would be better. Of course the world and the country and the individual like us would need to exercise, like the country would need to exercise the policy in the term of health very well, and then also using of the knowledge and skill, right, to fight the COVID. Okay, so for this one, it just show like the recovery rate of COVID and mobility index. Okay, so it's mean like if in term of the mobility index, right? If the it's defined the country mobility rate in term of the workplace mobility and residential mobility. Okay, and then the recovery rate also like how the citizen in that country was recover from the COVID. Okay, so they divided the country into 4 quadrant, right? And here you could see like Thailand, we are in the high mobility and high recovery. Actually now, as of now, more than 1 month, we do not have the local transmission, but we still have the people that return from abroad that are going into quarantine, that we have a single digit of the infection. So it's been, everything is quite going back to normal now, in Thailand. But if we look in several countries, it is still, not like that, like in terms of some country that in high mobility but low recovery, and we can see the number of the infected patient very high. And I think India is in this quadrant where I believe that I heard the news about the infection that. So I hope that the recovery would come in our way soon. So there are several countries that are spreading in this quadrant, right? So it means it does need for the country policy, and also everyone have to go hand in hand. Okay, so that we hope that if everything is going better, then everything is recovered, then the economics and everything would come back to the normal very soon. So now we talk about the skill. Okay, I would like to define a bit. Okay, so skill, I think we all know, is a knowledge and ability that one enable one to do something well. So if we live program and we go to a lot of training continuously, we will be expert on it. Okay, so that is the skill. And then what is the re-skill? So re-skill is like you have to learn the entirely new skill outside your current skill set, right? So it's been, if somehow now the job that you are doing was replaced by automation, then somehow you may need to reskill yourself, right, to get more digitized digital skill, so that it may allow you for the career shift. Okay, and many things that come in for the digital disruption. Okay, so reskill is extremely important. And how about upskill? Upskill is mean if we have now the existing skill set and we would like to upgrade it, right? So that we could even more expert on that. So that could also help in expand your capability, and then also in terms of your employment to advance, your competency portfolio. Okay, so upskill many also include the technical, soft, and digital skill. So we all know that the reskill and upskill becoming very important because the coming in of the industry revolution 4.0. that or the cyber physical system or the Internet of Things or the network that connect us together, bring in more automation in the work process, right? So this industry revolution 4.0 would bring the digital disruption. The meaning of the digital disruption is that now the machine will replace some process of the work. And this is like from the World Economic Forum Future of the Job report. So it say that, I mean, statistically, like in 2018, right, only like the ratio is the 29, and it predicted that in the next 2 years, right, it's going to come up like another 10% to be 42, and then 2025 would be, I mean, 52. Okay, so it means it may come, the automation may come in, I mean, faster than we expect. But what do that, I mean, tell us? So actually, when automation come in, actually it does not say that, I mean, like people will lose a job, right? But it's just like it needs a different skill set, okay, so that, I mean, it can still, I mean, function. And this is a prediction that the job that would transform by the technology of the fourth industrial revolution, like the world need to reskill more than 1 billion people, right, in the next 10 years by 2030. And then that for that, I mean, the 42% of a core skill, right, that you can use to perform the current job would need to change. And in addition to like the digital skill that I mentioned, the some of the specialized interpersonal skill is, I mean, extremely important in the years era. So when we have to move these, right, so we can see now there would be a lot of the skill gaps. So it means like people who still, I mean, cannot, I mean, adapt their skill, right? So that they may lose job or may not have a progress in the career. So, I mean, there's just a lot of factor that cause the skill gap, right? And then we need the paradigm shift to make it happen. So there are several factors like cooperation and workforce. So mainly how they train their employee, and do they have any plan to upskill their employee, or they just want to rehire, I mean, the new person, right? And then in terms of the training system in the country, if they still have the old model and then that's not adapt, that would be a big problem, right? Disconnected education system. So actually industry go to 4.0. Education will also go to 4.0. So it have to change. The teacher has to adapt, right? And then teacher has to learn the new skill as well. And the education would be the outcome based education with the active learning. And then students also have to be engaged more. Okay, so it means education system also have to change in terms of the country, how they have the policy toward the skill development, how they oversight it is also important, right? So we would not it is not desirable to have the talent shortage in any situation, whether it's the company, whether it is the country. So there is the competency model, right? That like the company would use when they want to hire people, right? So before it would be on the I-shaped model that it focused mostly on deep technical expertise. And then it's become the T-shaped model, right? That mainly you have deep technical knowledge still, but you may have another area of the deep subject matter expertise, right? And then all of leadership skill, problem solving skill, coming into the picture. So cross-boundary discipline is very important. And then when we come to the digital disruption era, it becomes the H-shaped model, which is what coming in is a deep digital expertise, right? And then all those cross-functional skill that I mentioned is become this transversal skill. It's been both communication, collaboration, problem-solving, creativity, and accelerated learning. That it is the skill that was desired by the people. And then many companies, they adopt this skill-based competency framework, and you can see these are all the measurable, all the what skill set you have in which skill category that would evolve into how they measure you like in terms of the capability and then desire, and then it would become your competency. I mean, at the end, so that they could perform the business function, fulfilling the objective of, I mean, of the company. So if we look at the professional cluster, typically skill, it would, I mean, divided among the popular professional cluster. And today, because of the time, I will just focus on the first two, which is the data and AI and engineering and cloud computing. So here, just this is also from the World Economic Forum, and this is very recent on January 2020, right? So this is an opportunity by select a professional cluster, right? So here we could see like in terms of number opportunity, and then the growth, data and AI and engineering and cloud computing is very high. And then if we go down into the, I mean, the job of per professional cluster, right? I will just give some example like a AI specialist. Okay, actually this requires this expertise. Annual growth is very high, but still maybe the number of opportunity is still, I mean, not that high, but it's increasing. Data scientist, on the other hand, is more popular because it would require, I mean, less expertise. And this like some from the people and culture professional cluster, which is a talent acquisition specialist, is also have more opportunities. So in terms of the skill set, right, this is just mainly how they divided, I mean, broadly. So we can have the business skill, right, which is a skill in the enterprise. If you want to do the marketing, the project management, business development, that's the business skill, right? And then specialized industry skill, which is something that specific to the field of the profession, right? If you want to do the documentation in cloud computing or the video editing in the marketing, okay? And then we have this the cross-functional skill, which is a general and then the soft skill, like on the leadership, communication, creativity. And then we have the technology-based life skill. So it's a basic computer literacy, like you can use Microsoft, but you can write certain program and you can use some software or not, right? And then what is the most popular skill now is a technology disruptive skill, which is something that now is would design technology that impact the new business model and labor market, which is a data science, natural language processing, automation, robotics, cloud computing, and then the cyber security. And then if here, I just would like to show the high level of the skill cluster, okay, how it used in each of the professional cluster. And then you could see clearly that something that relates to data, AI, cloud computing, and engineering require like almost half of the technology disruptive skill, okay. So that is, I mean, what happened. And then actually how we could know that if we would like to develop certain skill capability, then what we would need to learn, right? So this is about mapping the distinctive learning trajectory and skill capability, right? So like this is just the statistic from the most popular online course platform, which is Course A. So here they just show the statistic like for example, data and AI. So it means you would need to learn, for example, if you want to know deep learning, then skill you need to know is, for example, hyperparameter deep learning, artificial neural network, convolutional neural network, and TensorFlow, right? So for that, you need to go to take a course, I mean, in certain area. And there are, of course, the different area or subject that we may want to learn, and of course some of the skill set would maybe overlap with each other. And this just show the example of the engineering and cloud computing, right? So you can see, I mean, the different of the skill set. So if we see now map from the skill, right, to the emerging job, right? So if in the data and AI, like for example, AI specialist, and this is some of the job title in the data and AI. So these are the top 10, I mean, skill set that, I mean, require. Okay, so if you want some information, you can refer to the World Economic Forum report. And this is the engineering and cloud computing. Okay, and then still, like we can see like they are here. They are to take disruptive skill and many of the technology based life skill that involve. And this is the data from the LinkedIn, because LinkedIn, as we know, many of the company do the recruitment in there, and then you would put a very good profile up there, right? If you want to seek a job. So this they do also collect some statistic and tell like what are the top 5 soft skill in 2020 that the company need most. Right, so soft skill would be creativity, persuasion, collaboration, adaptability, and emotional intelligence. So you can see, like as of now, all the EQ is, very important, right? And then the top 10 hard skill, like is the blockchain, cloud computing, analytical reasoning, artificial intelligence, user experience design, business analysis, affiliate marketing, sales, scientific computing, and video production. So this is been, even if it's not in the technology disruptive skill, but some skill that you still need to have, right? Whether the job that you are. So the job will be very different, in the next 10 years, as I already told, okay? 50% of the job would be changed by automation, but only 5% would be eliminated. Okay, so it means there would be more job, and 9 out of 10 job would require the digital skill. But then we also have to pay attention as well to those young people, those low skill or vulnerable people that, they seriously would need the way of the upskilling. Okay, and actually, if we look at the job sector, and not every industry sector would be affected, severely by this digital disruption. So if we can see like here, China and developed Asia, so the industry sector that would affect by automation first would be transport and logistics, and also finance and professional service. So to have the successfully upskill framework, right? It's not about the task of the government, and it's not also only the company, but individual also need to take this seriously, right? Because as an individual, if you can improve your skill set all the time, and then it would secure you a good job, right? And then in terms of the business as well, if they have all the talent with them, then when they replace, the company function and bring in more computer, bring in more automation, it will fulfilling the target objective of the company, and the company can grow. In terms of employment, it is very important to have very good policy so that it can guarantee that people won't be out of job, and there's still the quality, skilled people in the country. And then it would bring very good in terms of the employment rate, and also affect the GDP of the country as well, right? So mainly, what happened is that we all need all the upskill initiative, and if it's a corporate, or even it's an individual, you need to try to access yourself now, right? What you have, what you're missing, and how would you do to fill up that skill, right? So yeah, these are all of the information. In terms of the country as well, the policy is, very important. And these are some of the case study and initiative, like the World Economic Forum launched the Reskill Revolution platform. Right. So it would provide target for the better job, education, and skill to 1 billion people in the next 10 years. So there is a 5 forum-led initiative about closing skill gap accelerator, prepare for the future of the work industry accelerator, and skill consortium, and promise of the platform and work and education 4.0. So you could visit World Economic Forum to this platform. And then Wipro, which is a company in Korea, has they set up the school of this decision science, so that like they offer 6-month long course for digital science transformation and tech stack enable program to their employee. Tech Merida, I believe this is India. Okay, they invest in reskilling. Okay, over 100,000 member of its IT workforce and skill. And Cognizant, which is a company in US, takes the incentive approach to boost employee through the training with the skill premium allowance. So it means they give on top, okay, maybe the extra salary, so that the employee could use it, okay, to reskill in the AI or machine learning area. I think that's also, I mean, very good idea. So the way forward, I mean, in terms of the reskill and upskill, so the tech skill would continue to dominate the job of, I mean, tomorrow. Okay, and this most demanded disruptive tech skill is the blockchain, cloud computing, analytic reasoning, and AI. Human skill and your network is still very important, right? So it means you cannot forget all of the soft skill, creativity, persuasion, and collaboration, ability to work with each other. Industry gender gap still exists, right? And then that statistic has found that in terms of the digital disruptive skill, there's still the largest gender gap. So it means men got the opportunity, I mean, more than women's. And there is untapped talent to fill the gap of emerging job. Okay, so many times if the company would do something on the assessment very good, they would be able to identify which person is already, I mean, if they upskill a little bit, they would be, I mean, can do function the job instead of hiring the new people. Okay, so that successful in the Europe. Okay, network gap still play a role in job opportunity. No, a lot of people is still very important, I mean, for you to get the job. And then rethinking education. I mean, we have to build the education system for the lifelong learning, and maybe in the country, they should have more of the skill set learning center. So that would be my conclusion for this talk today. And if you have any information, you can reach me via email, my webpage, or my Facebook, or my LinkedIn. So yeah, thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your such a wonderful speech on post-COVID-19 reskill and upskill. Now we are going to invite Dr. Niara Redwana ma'am, Assistant Professor of Mechanical Department, SCU Egypt and King Abdul University, KSA. Her topic of interest is types of journal, how to select and appropriate journal to publish your manuscript. Hello, ma'am. Dr. Niara, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Hi, how are you?
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Let me share my screen, please.
Yeah, ma'am. I've opened.
Okay.
Just you start your.
Yes, I will.
Ma'am, start your camera and share your screen, ma'am.
Yeah, I hope you can see my screen now.
No. I'm not. Yeah, right now, I'm able to. No.
No?
Yes. Right now.
It's appear now?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be with you today. I would like to thank the Department of Computer Science in Sangam University for organizing this international webinar. Today, I will speak about an important topic for each researcher on every time, even in coronavirus time. This is about selecting an appropriate journal to publish the manuscript. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm a faculty member in Mechanical Department, Faculty of Engineering, Suez Canal University in Egypt, as well as I'm the Quality Assurance Officer and faculty member in King Abdulaziz University in Saudi Arabia. This is the outlines which we will cover today. It's appeared now. The slide appeared now for all.
Yes, ma'am.
The outlines. Okay, thank you.
Just
the outlines.
F7.
The outline screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the outlines. We will first know what the meaning of an academic journal. Then we will cover the types of journals. Then we will know the meaning of peer reviewing. After that, we will present samples of the most famous publishing houses. Then we will transform to the how to define the journals which cope with your manuscript. Finally, we will do or will create a checklist to select the appropriate journal. First of all, what's the meaning of an academic journal? The academic journal is a scholarly publication.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah?
Kindly make your presentation full screen.
It's already full screen.
No, ma'am. F5, F5.
F what? F5?
F5, yeah.
Yeah. It's now full screen?
No, ma'am.
Oh. For me, it's full screen.
Okay, for
How
you.
to fix? Yeah, how to fix this one?
Okay, ma'am, no issue. You can continue. Ma'am, there at the bottom there is the minimize button. Before the minimize button, there is a button.
I'm trying to find it. What, please? What to find?
At the bottom of your screen,
Yeah.
right hand side, there is a minimize button.
Minimize.
That 80% or something else that has been written.
I don't find it.
It's right hand side, bottom side. It's your bottom right hand side.
Yeah, but I don't have any percentage for screen.
If you go to slideshow on the top line, slideshow.
Slideshow.
On the top line.
In the presentation, you mean slideshow?
Up, slideshow.
Yeah.
And then click from current slide.
Click what?
From current slide.
From current slide, yeah.
Click
this
that.
one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's now full screen. I do it.
Can you click it again?
Okay.
No, click from current slide.
From current slide, yes,
Yeah.
I do it now. It's full screen in my computer.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am, no issue.
It's not full screen. It's not full screen for you, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how to fix
Okay,
this.
okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. No issue. You can continue, ma'am.
Okay, sorry.
Thank
Let me
you.
complete like this. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So, what the meaning of academic journal? Academic journal is a scholarly publication, contains articles. It is written to researchers, professors, and other experts. It's not like newspaper or magazines. It's intent for an academic or technical audience, not general readers. Journals or academic journals are published on regular basis. It may be monthly, it may be every 3 months, it may be every year, every 2 years, okay? Each copy is an issue. A set of issues make the volume. The number of volume per year, it depends on the journal itself and the number of journals published in the number of papers published in the journal itself. There are 3 types of journals. We have limited access journals and open access journals and predatory journals. For limited access journals, the publisher don't pay to publish their paper. It's free for the publisher. But the payment will be done by subscription. Who making this subscription? Who pay? Maybe the university. they support their researchers, so they making subscriptions for these journals. For open access journals, the publisher who pay for the journal, it's free to view and download papers, but the publisher who pay the cost for publishing. Of course, predatory journals, it looked like scientific journals, but it's not, of course, scientific journals, and we have to avoid publishing in these journals. What about peer reviewing? Peer reviewing, it means the peer reviewing system exists to validate academic work, is to help to improve the quality of published research and increases network possibilities with research communities. As we see here, the peer review process, the researcher will submit his or her manuscript to the journal, and the journal editor will assign expert who is the reviewer to review the manuscript. He will send them, asking them to review the manuscript. The reviewer are expert in the field of these manuscripts for your manuscript. They will review the manuscript very well, and they will give major, maybe minor comments for the manuscript, or maybe they can recommend to refuse the paper to be published. The researcher must cover all the comments from the reviewer, this to make the manuscript achieve the required quality to be published in the journal. Okay, the reviewer may be blind single or blind double or blind triple reviewer. Blind single means the researcher do not recognize the reviewers. The double blind means the researcher and the reviewer doesn't recognize each other. For triple blind, the researcher and the reviewer and the editor do not recognize each other. Here is the editor department. He is responsible for distributing the manuscript. Okay. The peer review is still the only widely accepted method for research validation. Some journals are free of charge, some of them are not. The review process is rigorous. It takes time. Maybe it takes 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 1 year, 2 years. It depends about the journal. After that, your credit for your publication in the form of citation. Okay, of course, you have to make sure that the journal is peer and blind review. Okay, how to find the journal which I want to publish my paper in, which suit and cope with my manuscript field. We have a lot of publishing houses. For example, we have 45 million documents indexed in the Web of Science. A lot of publishing houses like Elsevier, Springer, Wiley. Each house of them has a lot of journals. How to choose the suitable publishing house or the suitable journal to publish my paper? We have to make 2 steps to select the appropriate journal for our manuscript. First, we have to find the journal which suits our manuscript. Then we have to create our checklist to select the appropriate journal. Let us speak about the first step, which is find the journal which suits your manuscript. Here you can find some websites which will help you to find or to specify some journals which cope with your manuscript. For example, you will find here journal directories. Okay. Also, you will find tools that matches your paper's title and abstract. All what you have to do is to write your your paper or your manuscript abstract, your keywords, and he will suggest some journals which cope with your manuscript, your topic, and your abstract. This is some of them. Let's speak about, or let us take example for two of them. This is for Shimago Journal ranking. Of course, it's Scopus index. If we choose to make, if we choose journal ranks, as here in the example, I choose engineering field. Okay. For example, I choose the industrial and manufacturing engineering. You can choose any region, any country. Okay. You can choose if you want only journals, you want books, whatever you want in the all types icon. You can identify the years which the period of time you want. Also, you can choose if you want this just open access journal or any types of journals. He will show you the list of journals which cope with your inputs. Okay. For example, for our inputs here, he gave you some choices according to Shimago rank. Okay. And everyone, he shows you which quartile. It's here for Q1. Okay, this is the first journals for Q1, and so on in the list. Okay, so you can choose which one you want to select. Okay. Another example for Elsevier Journal Finder. Here you can put your paper title, and you can put your paper abstract as well as the keywords, and you will make the engine of the journal to find you a suitable journal. He will suggest many journals for your manuscript. But now we still have a problem, because they suggest you some journals, a lot of journals. Until now, I don't know which one to choose. I want the most suitable one for my manuscript. So from these journals, you have to make the checklist to choose the suitable one from the specified journals. Okay, this slide show us the checklist to select the appropriate journal. First of all, you have to see the aim and scope of the journal. You have to search for the aim. So this is the first step you have to search about. If the journal is scope with the aim and scope of your topic or your manuscript. The second step, you have to check about the quality of the journal. Its Scopus index, it's in Web of Science. The third step, you have to check for indexing. It is indexing factor or citation scope or H index. Number 4, about the ranking. It's, for example, ranking in Shimago Journal rank, and what is this rank. Number 5, you have to check about publication duration. Sometimes we submit our papers, and it takes a lot of time to be published. Some papers, some manuscript takes 1 month to be revised and get the answer, the first decision for 1 month. Others for 1 year. So you have to know first before submitting your manuscript. Okay. Sometimes you submit your manuscript to a journal without checking the aim and the scope of the journal. So you are wasting your time, because they will refuse your manuscript, not because it is not reach the required quality, but you don't miss the aim and scope of the journal. You have to get the same aim and scope of your manuscript. Okay. Another issue, you have to check for the article process charges. It is paid or unpaid. Okay. Even if it is paid, how much? Some journals is very expensive. Also, you have to check for the formatting. Some journals have its general standards formatting. Some of them have general formatting. Also, you have to check for the required plagiarism percentage. Okay, let's have two examples for how to check these journals. We have two examples: Engineering, Science and Technology, an international journal. The other example is Material Science at Peer-J. This is our first example. As you see here, Engineering, Science and Technology, an international journal. I got to their website. I have first thing to check the aim and scope. As you see here, it's a screen. I hope it's appear. I get its aim and scope. It's written here. It is a peer-reviewed quarterly engineering journal, published both theoretical and experimental high-quality papers of permanent interest, not previously published in journals in the field of engineering and applied science. Okay, so this is the aim and scope. You have to see if this aim is scope with your manuscript aim or not. Okay, this is the first step. Okay, if it is cope with the same aim, you have to go to the second step. You have to check for this information. For example, this is Scopus index. As you see here, it is Scopus index. Okay, this is the ISSN number. It's written here. Its impact factor here, show here 2.721. Its citation score 9.5. Shimago rate is 0.750. Okay, the duration months, you will find it's about 3 to 5 months. It's free of charge. You will find that the formatting is standard. The plagiarism percentage is from 5 to 10%. They will accept in this range. The acceptance rate is high. This is the most important data you want to know. Okay? This is another example, which is Material Science at Peer-J. First of all, you have to check for the aims and scope. This is the first step you have to check. Okay? Okay. After checking the aim and scope, you will get to the another data you want to know. You want to know if it is Scopus index. Yes, it's appear here. The impact factor is 2.35. Citation scores 2. Shimago factor 1.03. The duration here is 1 month to 2 months, but take care. The process charge here is about $1,000. Okay? Here you will find, if you go through the website, you will find it is this journal have many types of journals. It works in chemistry, many fields. Okay, some of them is free. For example, here you will find in chemistry journals it's free, as you see in this screen. For computer science, you have to pay 1,000, around 1,000. Okay, for life and environment, you have to pay about 1,000. Okay, so you have to take care from this information. For the formatting, it's standard. It have its templates. After you get acceptance, you have to write your manuscript according to its standards. Its plagiarism, it's between 5 to 10%. They will accept the manuscript within this range. the acceptance rate is high. Okay, so this is the most important information that you have to focus in. You have to go through the journal website to collect this data. So you will have all what you want from the journal. This is the suitable steps you should first to do. You have a lot of journals, but we have to specify the most suitable one by this way. Another information, you have to know that some journals you can find it in Scopus, and some of them in the Web of Science. Maybe journal you will find Scopus and Web of Science. So it's up to you what you are what you want to find. For example, this is two examples for two journals. City, Cultural and Society, it have Shimago, right, 0.343, but it doesn't have impact factor. It means that it is not indexed in the Web of Science. For the energy and buildings, you will find here the impact factor and Shimago rate. It means that it's Scopus as well as it will find in the Web of Science. So it's up to you what you are searching for. Okay? It's very important to know what you are searching for. Thank you. I hope it is a useful session for you all. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful session. Now I would like to call Dr. Subhra Chakrabarti, ma'am, personal branding consultant from India, and her topic of interest is post-COVID-19, personal branding and building careers in post-COVID world. Hello, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much. Can you hear me properly?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. I'll just start sharing my screen. Just let me know once you can see it.
Yeah.
Are you able to see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel with all of you. Today, I'm going to be covering the topic of personal branding in the post-COVID world. Specifically, due to the corona pandemic and due to the lockdowns that's been happening everywhere, personal branding has taken up a redeemed importance in the current corporate industry and building profiles for individuals in this current times. Systems are shifting online, processes are shifting online, businesses are becoming work from home. So the actual physical interaction between people is decreasing. Face-to-face interactions is decreasing. So your digital profiles, your digital personas, your digital brands, and your personal brands are taking up even more importance for your future career progression. I'm Dr. Shubhra Chakraborty. I'm a medical doctor. I'm the founder and CEO of Potion. I'm a branding and marketing consultant and a business competition champion. I'm also a LinkedIn influencer and a marketing manager with Philips Healthcare. So let's get started. Let's understand what personal branding is and how you can build it. So by implementing the principles of personal branding, these are the business competitions that I've been able to win. And they have served as a huge booster or a stepping stone to future career progressions as well. So coming to personal branding, one of the biggest principles involved in personal branding is that your net worth is your network. To progress in your careers, to get better prospects, to build businesses, to develop brands, your net worth is going to be your network. The more detailed, the more intense, the more diverse your network is, the more people you know, the more opportunities you are going to be able to get. So ultimately, for any person in any strata of society or any stages of their career, it is the network that they are able to generate, the people that they are able to connect with, the bonds that they are able to make, the mentors that they are able to get, that is going to be ultimately defining their net worth. So what are the main topics that we are going to be covering? First is, what is your personal brand? Why is it important, and what can you do to manage it? I'll keep the session short and crisp. We have been going on for a while now, and I know that a few of the people must be tired. So I'll just try to cover the important points. And later, if there is anything left, we can cover it in the Q&A points. So personal brands allow individuals to differentiate themselves by consistently articulating and leveraging their unique value proposition. Again, pay importance to the last three words that I've said: consistently articulating and leveraging the unique value proposition. So think of any of the iconic brands that you love. It could be Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Tesla, Coco Chanel, Hugo Boss, any of the brands that you think about. They weren't built in a day. They weren't built overnight. It took consistent hard work over days, months, weeks, years to build those brand personas. Similarly, your personal brand is also a brand that needs constant work. It cannot be built in a day. So how do you start building it? By consistently articulating and leveraging what your unique value proposition is, what sets you apart. We all don't want to be part of the crowd. We want to be the reason for the crowd. So that is why it is very important to start building our personal brands from today. So what does a personal brand consist of? It consists of your character, your competence, your charisma, who you are, what you do, and why you are special. This is very, very important because the attention span of people is decreasing day by day. We are all glued to our screens and our gadgets, and there is so much media overload that we don't have a longer attention span. So these are the three brand pillars on which you will have to build your personal brand. Number one, who you are. Number two, what you do. Number three, why you are special. So a very famous quote by George Bernard Shaw says, life isn't about finding yourself, it is about creating yourself, which is very, very true. Because you and I, we are not finished products. We are moving towards the journey of creating ourselves, of creating what we are meant to be. And that is why life isn't about finding yourself. It is up to us to create ourselves, to create our journey, to create our path. So how do we start creating our brand? First, we define our skills. Second, what does the market need? And by market, it could be any industry in which you are. It could be healthcare, it could be FMCG, it could be marketing, it could be finance, it could be academics, it could be, education. So find out what does your industry need, then who you are up against. By who we are up against, we mean the current competition that you are, the competition segment, the age group segment, or the job segment in which you are. Then you find your niche and you find your voice. To create a brand, to be visible, to be recognized, it is very, very important that you find your voice and you start expressing it. Personal brand is what people say about you when you leave the room. This is a very famous quote that is said by Mr. Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon. And that is very true. What are the three most important things that people say about you when you leave the room? Actually define you and your personal brand. We are all brands. Each and every one of us is a brand. It is up to us to develop it. Just like our favorite brands, similarly, we are own our brand ambassadors or our product managers for our individual brand. If you are not branding yourself, you can be assured that others are doing it for you. So we all know we make snap judgments about everybody and everybody does it for the same. We judge everybody. How they are dressed, what they are wearing, where they come from, how they are speaking, what is their education background, what is their regional background. So judgment is something that has been hardwired into our brains as a form of evolution. And it takes only 8 seconds for a person to form a judgment about the other person. So you be your own brand custodian before anybody else has a chance to brand you. You go out and you brand yourself. If you want to be a marketer, if you want to be a financial analyst, if you want to be a consultant, if you want to be an educational entrepreneur, It is up to you to go out and brand yourself before others have a chance of doing it for you. So how do we start? We take a good look, we Google ourselves, we ask others. Asking others is another way of market research of what our perception is. Then where do you want to be and where you stand right now? So the journey of where you stand right now to where you ultimately want to be is the journey of personal branding. That is extremely important. So now coming to a tool that is going to greatly help everyone start their personal branding journeys, especially corporate professionals, educational professionals, students, all fields of life who are in the professional vertical. Uh, for them, Mr. Liam Neeson says, I don't know who you are, I don't know where you are, but I will look you up on LinkedIn and I will connect with you. So LinkedIn is a very, very valuable tool for people to build their personal brands, specifically their professional brands on the digital platforms. So I'll give you an example of my profile, and through this profile, I'll teach everyone how they can enhance their brand on the LinkedIn platform. So I have over 24,000 followers on LinkedIn, and my profile comes under the top 1% of the corporate industry. So how did I go about building it? It did not start out like that. When I had started, I was under the top 10% maybe. I did not have that many followers as well. So how do we start? First, we start with the photograph. Your photograph has to be professional. It has to be formal. Do not give a full length photograph. Do not give a group photograph. Do not give a selfie. It has to be professional. It has to be up to your neck or chest, the maximum. Your cover picture has to be something that defines you and that defines the industry in which you are. It could be any industry. Make sure it reflects your personal brand. After that, it is extremely important to have a very catchy bio, to have a very catchy description. We keep it short, we keep it simple, we keep it direct. Do not clutter it with too many words or descriptions. Whichever industry you are, try to focus more on that. In the about section, try to write about yourself in an interesting way, which catches the attention of your audience. So now coming to the tools and channels that you can use to build your personal brands. You have websites, blogs, microblogs, podcasts, social network. You can express yourself through a myriad of social networks like Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter. My personal advice would be to invest more on LinkedIn because professional brand building, LinkedIn is an excellent tool. Then you have events and you have the media. What is very, very important is to make yourself findable. Your tagline, your description has to be short, crisp, and interesting, and it has to have the relevant keywords. What do I mean by relevant keywords? If you're in education, you need to have those keywords. If you are in marketing, if you are in finance, strategy, IT, technology, find out what the relevant keywords are in your industry and make sure you include them in your profile. Now, the second point is connect everything. This is very, very important. What do I mean by connect everything? We all have Facebook profiles. We all are on Instagram, on Twitter. So when you post something on your Facebook, make sure to give your LinkedIn handle as well. By this, you will be ensuring that more people get exposure to your LinkedIn handle. When you are on Instagram, in your Insta bio, you can give your LinkedIn handle. If you are on Twitter, you can give your Twitter bio your LinkedIn handle. Through this, you are just maximizing the exposure that the people will be getting to your professional profile on LinkedIn. Then cultivate relationships. That is very, very important. Again, networking and developing relationships is how we get ahead. Develop relationships with your peers, with your competitors, with your seniors, with your juniors. Try to grow your circle. Donate your expertise for a cause. So today I get invited to the top Ivy League colleges of the country to come and hold my sessions for personal branding and marketing. But I did not start out this way. I taught anybody and everybody who needed help. I taught seniors, I taught juniors, I taught my friends, I taught my colleagues. It is how you donate your expertise for a cause. That is how you get ahead. Develop a visible platform and start enjoying conversations. I know we are all shy. We all feel hesitant to start posting on LinkedIn, to start putting content, to voice our opinions, to put ourselves out there. But that is precisely the hesitancy that we need to overcome. Now, creating. If we are not creating and putting content out there, we are moving backwards. So all our social media handles, all the content that we put out there, there has to be a unification or a coherence in the messaging that we are putting out. Be it any platform, there has to be a theme or your unification in the message or communication in the verticals of your mission, your niche, your audience. Each one of us has a different specific audience. So find that out and have a unified voice across your handles. Your values, what you stand for, your domain, your social handles, your personality, appearance, boundaries, message, balance, and style. This is very, very important. You are your own unfair advantage. Nobody is going to give you opportunities. It is up to us to grab those opportunities. It is up to us to make our own path. So, what are the branding tools that we have currently? We have social media handles, personality, blog, website, and podcasts. It could be any tool. It does not matter that you choose a particular tool, but find out a tool or a medium which you're comfortable in, a medium in which you don't mind sharing as much. So just like brands, we also have to do a SWOT analysis on ourselves, our strengths, our weaknesses, our opportunities, our threats. So what do I mean by threats? So I come across this by many professionals. So two threats I have seen very commonly. First is complacency. If we come from a very good background, if we already have a good body of work behind us professionally, we feel that we don't need to develop our brands because we are in a good stage. So we can just skate by. That will not that will not go in the post-COVID world. It is important for each and every individual to work hard at developing their brands, specifically in the digital era. The second threat that I see people facing is that of hesitancy. There are many people who come to me and say that, what can I post? What can I put out? I feel shy. What will the others think? What will people think? What will my friends and family think? So that is the kind of hesitancy that we have to look for overcoming. These are the two most important threats that if we are able to overcome, a personal branding journey can just fly. The internet is our vessel for establishing a personal brand. Specifically in the post-COVID world, the internet is the biggest tool that we will be using to develop our brand. We are all in the business of content marketing. Images, video, written, audio. It does not matter what your medium is. What matters is you start creating your content and you start putting it out there. You start building your brand because that is the most important criteria for starting and developing your personal brand building journey. So now all of this was a little academic topics that I covered in the personal branding journey. When it comes to my own personal experience, I will say one thing that whatever we do, whatever is the task that we are given, whatever are the professional milestones that we have been given, always remember that the motivation behind achieving them is the most important factor that is going to propel you to achieve your milestones or your successes. If we do everything from the mindset that we empower ourselves so that we can empower others, so that we can build a better society, so that we give our contribution towards developing and helping the most backward sections, then whatever we are doing, then whatever career successes, personal professional successes we are chasing will have multifold effects of success if the motivation behind whatever we are doing is that we empower ourselves so that we can empower others, so that we become fearless, selfless, and egoless. If we always chase material and professional success from the viewpoint that I want to be successful so that I can enjoy the materialistic benefits, me, my family, my own circle can benefit. If we go by those selfish motives, then I think the success rates are going to be less. But we go through spiritual, selfless motives that we empower ourselves so that we can empower and help others, so that we can make a contribution towards society. That, on a personal note, has been a great motivator for me to achieve my milestones and successes. And I think that is greatly going to help all of you as well. So that covers my section of this wonderful webinar. So I will be handing it over to Kuntal. Thank you everyone for listening to me so patiently. Over to you, Kuntal.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Dr. Andrew Ware, sir, Professor of Computing, University of South Wales, United Kingdom. His topic of interest is post-COVID-19, my working life. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir.
I'll just share my screen.
Yes, sir.
Can you see my screen?
No, sir. Not yet. Yes, sir. Here is your screen.
Brilliant. Well, thanks for the invite this morning. I'll just spend maybe 5-10 minutes talking about how COVID-19 has impacted my life and how I see it impacting my working life going forward. I think most of us probably have busy lives when we look at our work, when we look at what we need to do at home, what we need to do with our families. And sometimes it's very difficult to have the time to stop and to reflect. And one thing COVID-19 has done is put a block on some of the things that have been normal in our daily lives and have given a lot of us a time to reflect, to stop and review where we are and what's important. The last speaker said that your net worth is your network. And one of the things that has changed for me over the last 14 weeks that the UK has been in lockdown is the way that that network has expanded and changed in the way that communicating over the internet through Skype and Google and Zoom and various other things has changed working life completely. One of the things that has been apparent, not just for me, but for many of the people I work with, is that pain teaches you more than pleasure, failure teaches you more than success, and poverty teaches you more than prosperity, and adversity teaches you more than comfort. And to be honest, COVID-19 is something that has put me and put many of my colleagues out of their comfort zone. It has been a lot of pain in many ways rather than pleasure. And it has thrown some of the things that we've done and do into stark contrast to where we want to be. Now, just a little bit about me so you understand. It's amazing this morning that I'm speaking to people from around the world. I live in Wales, in the United Kingdom. And if you look at that map, I live in the part marked A, that's where my home is. And I work in Treforest, which is about 45 miles away or 35 miles away at point B. And if you look at my journey to work each morning, it's a 40-mile journey. It takes, if there's no traffic, about 50 minutes. In reality, it takes more than 50 minutes. Usually on a working day, I can spend about 3 hours sitting in my car. For the last 14 weeks, I went to work on a Monday morning. On the Monday evening, we had an email to say that from the next morning, we would be working online, that our students wouldn't be coming onto campus. And now, 14 weeks later, I still have not been back to campus. That has caused a lot of difficulties, but it has also had some benefits. If you look at the money I've saved over the last 14 weeks in terms of fuel, it's been 14 weeks at 5 days a week, and I've saved about £8 sterling per week. That's a saving of about £560. Going forward, I've reevaluated the way that I work. I want to, in future, maximise the time I spend in the university, spending that time with students, spending that time with colleagues, and a lot of the paperwork, a lot of the research I do, which I do at my desk on my own, I can save, I estimate, 3 days a week. And the whole university, all the staff in the university has been asked to reassess how they work, how much time they actually need to spend on campus, and to make sure that they spend the time on campus in a way that's appropriate. And particularly as we look at the year that lies ahead, when it's likely that we'll still have to have social distancing and things like that, how will that work? And again, it has a financial benefit for me. If you look at 45 weeks is what we typically work in a university in the UK. If I go into work now 3 days a week, I save 2 days a week travel. That's £8 a day. That's £720 working at home for 2 days a week. But it's not just the money saved, it's the time. As a minimum, as I said, over the last 14 weeks, I've saved 14 weeks times 5 days times a minimum of 100 minutes getting to work and back home from work. And that equates to approximately 13 working days. And again, going forward, if I was to reduce my working on campus and to concentrate my time on campus to be effective and using the 2 days at home to do some work, then over a period of a year, I'm likely to save about 16 working days. Now, I work in a large university. We have a staff of nearly 4,000 people. If you take 4,000 and you multiply it by the cost savings in terms of fuel, you multiply it by the hours saved, the numbers become pretty massive. We're also in a world where we're worried about global warming, and yet despite our worries about global warming, we still use our cars, we still use the trains, we still use the buses at a phenomenal rate. And again, I see COVID-19 as being an opportunity to maybe stop and think about the way that we do things going forward. And I'm not the only one. My university is not the only one. In London, for example, we have a population of about 12 million. Lots of them use public transport to get to work, and they travel to work just to sit in front of a computer and to do at their computer what they could easily do for most of the time at home. Why do we do it? Well, the reality is we do it because that's the way we've always done it. And now COVID-19, in the UK, we've been in lockdown for 14 weeks. 14 weeks, people have been working at home. It has been difficult. It has meant a lot of retraining and a rethinking. But in the last 14 weeks, we've learned a phenomenal amount about what's important about work and what is not important. Other things that have changed rapidly in the last 14 weeks. I've been working for a number of years looking at technology in healthcare, and we have struggled greatly to get patients, to get medical doctors, to get medical practice to take technology on board. In the last 14 weeks, more and more doctors, more and more hospitals are now doing patient consultation online, over the phone, and in the last 14 weeks, things have moved forward faster than they've moved forward in the last 14 years. Again, I'm involved with a project to do with online education, where we teach our students at the university, where we teach students at school online. And again, there has been a big reluctance for all kinds of reasons to progress this kind of learning, this kind of technology. And again, in the last 14 weeks, we've moved forward more than we have moved forward in the last 14 years. Other things that have changed for me, before COVID-19, I had never used Zoom for teaching. I'd never used it. I've used Teams before. I've used Google before. I've used Skype before, but I'd never used Zoom. And now I see it as an effective way of doing a lot of what I did previously. Before lockdown, I would regularly travel to Cardiff or London or elsewhere. London is about 180 miles from where I live. To travel to London on the train takes about 3.5 hours to get there, 3.5 hours to get home, that's 7 hours. Trains in the UK are expensive, so it would cost me to get to London about £150. And frequently I would travel to London for meetings that were less than 2 hours, spending most of my day on the train travelling, little time in a meeting, and then travelling home again. In the last 14 weeks, I've held many meetings very successfully online. My research students have become far more proficient at online collaboration. In fact, I now work better with my research students than I've worked previously. We can share content on machines. We can meet at inconvenient hours, and things have become far more streamlined. In fact, in the last 14 weeks, I have finished off more publications with my PhD students. I have got more PhD theses ready to go for examination in a shorter time span than probably the last 18 months. The companies and business with which I work have become used to online collaboration. Now we can meet, and again, we're talking about meetings with quite senior people who very often send their apologies to meetings, not because they haven't got time to be in a meeting for half hour, but because they haven't got the time to spend an hour traveling to a meeting and traveling home from a meeting. Now, online we can meet. I've done my first PhD viva using Microsoft Teams. I have acted as external examiner in Singapore without flying there. And again, 14 weeks ago, conducting a PhD viva online would have been a very strange thing to happen in the UK. Acting as external examiner in Singapore without flying there would have been a very strange thing. For many, COVID-19 has made the world a smaller, more interconnected place. It's become more of a global village. Again, this morning, I'm speaking from my home, from my living room, and I'm speaking to people from all parts of the world. Again, picking up from that last talk, your net worth is your network. COVID-19, if we were to take a plus from it, gives us an opportunity to expand our network in a way that is time effective and a way that is cost effective, in a way that pre-COVID-19, for many of us, would have been difficult to imagine. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has amplified the digital divide. One of the issues that we've had as a university is that we have students that have lots of technology at home, that they have good broadband, they have good interconnectivity. We also have students that haven't got the technology at home, haven't got the ability to connect to the internet at the speeds that they need to. And COVID-19 has amplified the digital divide. It has made very clear that there is a difference in the way that we can work, in the way that we can educate, with those that have computer technology and have interconnectivity than those that don't. Going forward, I think one of the lessons that it's not for us to learn just as individuals, but things that need to happen at governmental level is that we need more bandwidth and not more road width. In the UK, as in many parts of the world, we build bigger and bigger roads, and as soon as we build those bigger and bigger roads, they get jam-packed with more and more cars. What COVID-19 has taught us is that we don't need to travel as much as we have for work, for entertainment. What we need is bandwidth that allows us to connect and to connect effectively. COVID-19 has taught me that in adversity, there can be opportunity. It's been a learning experience about how to do things differently and to learn further from those. I thank you for listening. I hope that through COVID-19, through people participating in activities like this, that our net worth, which is our network, will expand. I look forward to hearing from some of you, particularly those that have an interest that are the same as mine in artificial intelligence, in data science, and in particular those applied to healthcare, that we might work together in a way that is collaborative. And that out of COVID-19, which has been a disaster and life-changing for so many, we would learn from it and that we would benefit from it. Thanks for having me this morning, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Andrew Vare, sir, for your nice speech. Now, I would like to request Mr. Sabyasachi Mukhopadhyay, sir, Google developer, machine learning expert from India, and his topic of interest is post-COVID-19 application of AI in healthcare. Hello, sir. Welcome.
Hello. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so kindly check if it is visible for the YouTube and Facebook Live as well. And let
yes,
me
sir.
notify.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All
Okay,
is.
fantastic. Okay, fantastic. So today I shall discuss about the applications of AI in healthcare domain. So basically, we know the people who are exploring AI in healthcare domain, we basically explore either through imaging approach or through spectroscopy approach. For example, light scattering spectroscopy in case of the biological tissues, we come across the elastic scattering spectroscopy. But for the people who are from the physics or engineering background, we are more interested on the elastic scattering spectroscopy.
Sir, I think, sir, sorry for disturbance. I think you are very far away from your microphone. So your voice is not...
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Is it clear now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it clear? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So basically, we do whenever we are approaching or exploring AI in biomedical domain, so we do either by spectroscopic approach or we do by imaging approach. In case of the spectroscopy, we know there are majorly two kind of spectroscopy, elastic and elastic scattering spectroscopy. But in people from the physics or engineering background, we are more inclined towards the elastic scattering spectroscopy, where we do the morphological study. Now, if you see, for example, in 2006. There is a PRL paper who actually showcased that our biological tissues have similar structure, what we call the fractals. So can we explore multi-factor and dependent fluctuation analysis in that particular domain? So in our case, what we have done, those who are not much accustomed with the fractal, multi-factor dependent fluctuation analysis, just let me tell you that we are basically focusing on the two parameters. One is the Hz exponent, which is the measurement of the correlation. Another one is the singularity spectrum width, which will give us the tissue heterogeneity measurement. So basically, if you see, this is the 2D image. Now, if we can unfold the image in one direction, so it will reduce the time complexity, because wherever you are dealing with the in case of the AI algorithms, the time complexity is also another important factor. And for example, in the spatial domain, from our basic knowledge of signal processing, we know that time and noise are in the convoluted format. So if we can do the Fourier pre-processing and convert it into the frequency domain, so it becomes quite easier to remove the noise. So we have done the Fourier pre-processing step at first, and definitely let me tell you, we have taken the white light spectroscopy approach. So this is completely non-invasive to your tissue. So basically we have followed 400 to 700 nanometer range. Now you see, whenever disease progresses, whether it is cancer or diabetic retinopathy or any other kind of chronic diseases, basically there is a submicron level changes in your cells. So what happens, that is quite difficult to predict through for example, the state of art technologies like biopsy. Biopsy has a very poor accuracy level, 65 to 70%. So that's why it is our responsibility to explore AI in a quite effective way, that in order to get the accuracy level nearby 90 or more than 90%. So these are the mathematical details. So for example, with this particular slide, if you look at the figure A and figure C, this figure A, as I told you, that Haas exponent gives you the measurement of the correlation. Now this grade 1 is the early stage cancer, grade 3 is the final stage of cancer. You see, in case of the grade 1 we are getting the value 0.53, in case of the grade 3 it is 0.44. So there is a reduction of the correlation. If you look at the figure C, you can see that the sigma stands for the singularity spectrum width value. In case of the grade 1 it is 0.69, in case of the grade 3 it is 0.89. So you can see there is an increment of the tissue surface heterogeneity. Okay, so if we look now, if we go by the mean value plus minus standard deviation, so you can see grade 1 get to grade 3. In case of the higher grades of cancer, you can see there is a decrement of the correlation level in terms of the Haas exponent. And if you see the singularity spectrum width, as I told you, that it signifies the surface heterogeneity, tissue surface heterogeneity. So you can see there is an increment of the tissue surface heterogeneity, 0.60 to 0.88. So in overall architecture, what we are doing, we are basically starting for the spectroscopic approach, then we are going by the Fourier domain pre-processing, then we are applying multifactorial dependent fluctuation analysis, which stands for MFDFA, for the feature extraction purpose, and then we are basically focusing on Haas exponent, H value, and strength of singularity spectrum. These two are basically we are doing the feature extraction, and then we are deploying machine learning algorithms. Now this is the overall whenever for example, people who are accustomed with dealing with the biological samples, we know that whenever we have processed those tissues in the lab, we call it in vitro samples. Whenever we are coming up with a smartphone based handheld solutions, we call it in vivo samples. So basically this is our in vitro setup in the lab. We are exploring the tissue backscattering spectroscopic method. For example, if you shine the light in the infected lesions or some tissue samples, so what will happen? Some portion of the light will be absorbed by your protein lipid part of the body, and some portion will be backscattered. So we are basically recording the backscattered light, okay, which actually encoded the information of the target. Here are our infected lesions. So basically these are the details of sample preparation. So I am just going towards the overall summary of the result. You can see in case of the normal, it stands for healthy cases. So from healthy it is 0.63, and grade 1 get to grade 3 at the different grades of cancer. So you can see there is a decrement in the correlation value. And if we consider in case of the singularity spectrum width, which we consider for the your tissue surface heterogeneity, there is an increment of the tissue surface heterogeneity. You can observe through it, but if you observe that due to the standard deviation value, there is a certain overlapping is there. So you can classify, okay, MFDF is giving a certain trend, but it's not acting as a classifier. So that's why, that is the reason, and that is one of the validating point that why we require machine learning, deep learning algorithms or AI algorithms, because we require a strong classifier there. So we are in past cases, definitely we are using the one of the 90s most famous technique. We have SVM, support vector machine, developed by Bapnik. We have done, we have clubbed it with the MFDFA approach and make a hybridized approach. So with that approach, you can see, for your understanding purpose, if you look at diagonally, just a second. If you look at diagonal, you can see that from normal and grade 3 cases, grade 3 is the final stage of cancer. In case of normal, you are getting very adequate accuracy. But early stage, what we are talking about early stage, because if you can detect the disease in early stage, that can protect us from the major damage. So in case of the early stage grade 1, it is 57.14%. In case of the grade 2, it is 55%. So that is the major challenge. You are not getting the adequate accuracy because the system is quite noisy system, because whenever you are dealing with laser, there's a speckle noise is there, what you call the saltpeter noise, and which actually affects. And apart from that, whenever you are coming up with the open air and detecting to the smartphone, so what happens, there is the interference of stray light, which makes your accuracy degrade. So you require, whenever highly noisy system, it is always desirable to go by some Bayesian method. So what we have done here, we have gone for the dynamic Bayesian method, what you call the hidden Markov model. So this is the basic our approach, how we have clubbed the MFDF algorithm with AHMM or the hidden Markov model, and now you can see the significant increment in the accuracy level. In case of the grade, obviously there is healthy and grade 3, we are getting the higher accuracy, but major challenge was for to get the early stages, grade 1 and grade 2. You can see from 55% to 85%, there's a significant change in the accuracy level. Here also you can see 57% to 78%. So we get the adequate improvement here. So basically now we have seen one example where we have seen through the spectroscopic and imaging approach. Now here we will see another case. Earlier we have seen come across the cancer cases. Now here we are trying out with the retinopathic diseases. For example, we are dealing with the diabetic macular edema, which is a major cause of blindness. So what these are the different retinal information, layer information. So basically we are considering outer plexiform layer. Just for an example, you can see our approach is same. We are doing it for the in vivo samples. So healthy OPL. In earlier cases, we have done the multi-class classification, healthy and different grades of cancer. Here we are doing the binary classification. For example, healthy and diabetic macular edema. So you see, in case of the healthy cases, if you look at the figure, it is value is 0.61. In case of the DMA affected, which is the disease sample, 0.52. So again, decrement of the correlation. If you look at the figure B, which actually stands for your tissue surface heterogeneity through singularity spectrum width, you can see there is an increment of the tissue surface heterogeneity from 0.58 to 0.94. So if we make for the different layer plus mean plus minus standard deviation chronology, you can see AMD means age-related macular degeneration. So definitely in case of the healthy in comparison to disease, there is a decrement of the correlation. But if you look at the sigma value, which stands for your tissue surface heterogeneity or the singularity spectrum width, you can see the increment in case of the tissue surface heterogeneity. But unlike the earlier case, you see our sample is quite lesser here. So unlike the earlier case we have seen there is overlapping in the standard deviation value. That's why we require some machine learning algorithms to classify them. But here you can see there is no overlapping. MFDFA tool itself can classify it because of the samples size is quite lesser. But let me tell you, do not think that this is a classifier. This is a strong nonlinear dynamics based feature extraction tool what we have utilized here. So these are the whatever I have covered here. These are the few publications including journals and conference postings related to our approach. So now let's go back to what kind of impact we are creating. So first of all, pain-free early stage cancer diagnosis and low-cost portable device, generate reports in few minutes where biopsy takes several week times, automatic solutions and highly efficient. Now this is the cancer detection app we have developed. Now unique selling proposition. So basically we are replacing painful cost-effective biopsy, 100 times cheaper than biopsy, and accuracy level is more than 95%, and obviously portable, lightweight, and 80 times faster than biopsy. So what kind of the business model we are following? We are doing it through the SaaS model, software as a service, rupees 100 INR per scan, which is quite cheaper in case of the INR, Indian rupees, and definitely you can sell the device once at a time to the hospitals. So what can be the possible growth strategies? You can make the ongoing clinical trials in hospitals to get the more number of the samples. You can actually share 50-50 revenue model with the doctors, what we are following here. So this is the benefits what we are providing in terms of our competitors: low cost, accuracy, smart device, data driven and cloud based approach. And now these are the media appreciation because we are the first group across the globe who actually explored MFDFA based AI based approach in case of our early stage diabetic macular edema detection. So these are the media appreciation in the different televisions and other news sites. These are the leading newspapers of India, the Hindu Business Standard, Indian Express, Economic Times. Our cancer research success also has been highlighted in the Hindu Business Standard, Indian Express, Analytics India magazine. So basically, even let me tell you that in India, the leading government service exam and prestigious exams are IAS, UPSC, banking, and IBPS. Our cancer research success has been included in the syllabus of the banking and those IAS portal. So the award, we are the first runner-up of the MIT and NASA organized hackathons. Basically, now let me tell you where we are currently under the COVID scenario. So what our planning is that we are already have done for example using chest X-ray data analysis, and we are preparing the manuscript. We will soon communicate in the reputed journal. Due to the privacy, so I am not exploring those data here. Whatever I have presented here, those are the published data. And we are also exploring quantum AI algorithms for the early disease detection purpose as well. So these are my contact details. You can join me with me in social media. Keep in touch, and definitely I'm open for the collaborative research works. Okay, so the my major motto is that if any problems occurs in the society, we have certain approach, like chalta rahega. Most of us complains, but there are very few number of the solvers. So let become solver rather than making complaints. Before I finish, I have just a funny thing to share with you. This is nothing to deal with AI or artificial AI or something like that, biophotonics domain. For example, if what is the basic difference between a film director and a computer vision scientist? For example, film director says light, camera, action, whereas computer vision scientists say light, camera, pixel. This is just for fun. Thank you very much. Over to you. Uh, thanks. Thanks a lot for inviting me here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Sabyasachi Mukhopadhyay, sir, for your
I
kind.
believe I have finished within time, right?
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you so much.
now I
Thanks
would
a
like
lot.
to request you. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sujit Jayaprakash, sir, from NIT Ghana, West Africa, Director Business Head, and his topic of interest is post COVID-19 introduction to ML and influence in edutech products. Hello, sir. Welcome to our session.
Thank you, Kuntal. Let me share my screen with you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Yes, sir. No, not yet.
Wait. Now?
No.
Can you see the screen now?
Not yet, sir. Yes. No. Yes, sir. Right now. Yes, sir. It's okay.
Okay. Let me put off my camera so that I can make it clear. Okay. Okay. You can see the full screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I think I waited long in the queue. So good afternoon and good morning to everyone, because somebody like Professor Andrew and for myself, it's still a morning, I guess. So I must say this is a much needed webinar at this juncture, especially to instill positivity in every minds as we are moving to the new normal, and things are pretty uncertain. So ever since this lockdown was announced across the world, we saw that the students were quite distressed. Students across the globe, they started having the anxiety issue. Many of them were not aware whether they are going to complete their degree or not, what is going to happen in the future. People are losing jobs, taking pay cuts, whole lot of stress, depression. However, if you look at in the whole scenario, still people were quite positive that things are going to change. If you go to anybody's LinkedIn page, if you go to any other Facebook pages or so, you will find that whole lot of people are doing certification programs, trying to upgrade themselves. As one of the panelists rightly said, everybody was trying to reskill or upskill um, their talents. So that is quite a positive thing. So if you look at the developing countries, like I'm coming from Ghana, so in Ghana or any other developing countries in Africa or Asia, we see that COVID has exposed a stark inequalities in education sector. I can relate to what Professor Andrew rightly mentioned. It was really painful for we educators or those who are in the education business to take such a huge blow on our face when this lockdown happened and institutions were indefinitely closed. some of the institutions were not prepared for the lockdown, their lack of infrastructure or lack of LMS learning management systems that has really suffered the business, made them to suffer in the business. However, I think people have bounced back now. Things are falling in place. So today, the topic which I'm going to discuss is post COVID-19 superpowers. If this was a debate by now, I must be in the winning team because I've seen that many of the panelists have been talking about how technology is influencing and how technology can change the world in post COVID. So I'm also going to talk about the same thing. So in a brief, like I'm Sujit Jayaprakash. So I'm currently working as the director and the business head of New Age Infotech. I have more than a decade of experience in the education sector in Africa, India, and Latin America, and also with significant experience in senior management roles and leading institutional academic delivery. So I have completed my Doctor of Philosophy in Computer Science, specialized in education data mining. So my area of expertise includes data science, web mining, education data mining, and social media marketing. So first of all, I would like to appreciate and congratulate the entire academic fraternity of Sangam University for successfully organizing this webinar. And as I said earlier, this is a much needed webinar at this current juncture. Keep it up, guys. Kudos to your entire team. So the target audience for my webinar today is especially this presentation is targeted towards the aspiring candidates who would like to venture into machine learning, data science, etc. All those big technical jargons we used to hear quite often. I know that in India, many of them would love to learn these things. Every now and then I see messages on different Facebook groups of data science and machine learning that they want to get into this field, but many of them are not aware of what is the right step to take and what is what and which is which. That is what confusing most of them. So this presentation will provide the fundamentals of all the trending topics in the technology and how AI or machine learning is helping the field of education, health, entertainment, and etc. Believe me, many panelists who presented before me have dissected this topic into different pieces. I mean, they have explained each and everything, like how it works and how the algorithm works, how it is making an impact in the health industry, education sector, and everything. So this is just going to be a basic of it. Usually, when you hear this word superpower or superhero, first thing comes into our mind are those good stock characters, right? Like Avengers, Superman, Spider-Man, Captain Marvel, etc., who always use their power to fight against the odds and save the world. But what we had in the COVID-19 phase, the only superpower which saved us and saving us till date is artificial intelligence, or for that matter, technology. Of course, health workers and all those people who are in the front line are saving us, but definitely technology is the one which is helping us to prevent it to go further, or technology is the one which is largely in support of this humankind to fight against COVID. So, for example, on December 30th, 2019, a Canadian startup spotted this deadly coronavirus. I don't know how many of you have read this particular news. The artificial intelligence platform Blue Dot, which picked up on a cluster of unusual pneumonia cases happening around a market in Wuhan, China, and flagged it. So that was a start. So Blue Dot has spotted what would be known as a COVID-19. So 9 days after WHO came up with a statement that this pandemic is called COVID-19. So technology was the first one to identify this issue. Technology was the first one to alert everyone, or till date, technology is the one which is helping each and everyone to be having a social distance, and still the works are running everywhere. So I must say, without technology today, things will not move forward, and COVID is the one which shown everything to us. So this must tell you that the real superpower is the technology, right? And the new inventions coming under it. So many of us are often confused, or what do you call? We use these terms interchangeably. For example, artificial intelligence, machine learning, neural networks, deep learning, data science. We have been often hearing these words, but many of us are pretty not sure like how this things works and what is what and which is which, right? So let me start with what is artificial intelligence. Basically, artificial intelligence is mimicking a human behavior. That's how I can simply quote it. So AI is for building models that emulate cognition and human understanding. So AI is the implementation of a predictive model to forecast future events. Using artificial intelligence, you can forecast the future events and basically you can mimic a human behavior. So the next thing comes under artificial intelligence is machine learning. So machine learning is an application of artificial intelligence, or you can say it's a subset that provides a system that ability to automatically learn and improve from experience without being explicitly programmed. If you are a Netflix user or an Amazon user, or if you go to do shopping in Amazon or any other online platforms, you often see that there are recommendations for you to buy clothes based on your interest, to buy books based on your interest. All these recommendation search engine recommendation things comes because of this machine learning. So it reads from the large data sets what it has provided, applies algorithm on it, and recommends or predicts what you have to do next. So that's how machine learning helps us. And then the next thing is the deep learning. So deep learning is a subset of machine learning in artificial intelligence. Now we say big data and deep learning, which has networks capable of learning unsupervised from data that is unstructured or unlabeled. So maybe when you get into a detailed discussion on what is machine learning, you might understand, you will better understand what is a structured data and unstructured data. However, today I'm not going to touch those topics. The next one is the neural networks. And neural networks is a series of algorithms which basically tries to recognize underlying relationships in set of data through a process that mimics the human brain. So neural networks or KNN, which falls under deep learning, that is also a concept which mimics the human brain to read the data. So the next is data science. So I would say that data science, which works parallelly with artificial intelligence, which is about finding hidden patterns in the data. If you are at if you want to work on a machine learning project, the first thing you have to do is the data analysis. You need to be a data scientist. 70% of your research project is based on data analytics. So if your data is clean, if your data is well analyzed, then there are 80 to 90% of chances to have a successful prediction for your project. So this is it. Now, when I talk about post COVID-19 superpower, as I already told you, technology is the one. And today, artificial intelligence or machine learning is taking care of all these sectors. More than this, but majorly of these sectors: education, health, finance, and entertainment. And I don't know how many of you have, especially those students who are listening to this webinar, this edtech product concept might be a new thing for them, but believe me, edtech products are increasingly popular in developed countries as well as it is getting popular in developing countries. I don't know, Professor Andrew mentioned that he started using Zoom when this lockdown started. Frankly speaking, everybody around the world have started using Zoom, but I don't know on what basis this Zoom has thought to come out with this product. Maybe they thought that it's going to be an help for the corporate meetings and stuff, but it turned out to be an edtech product where all the education sectors were totally dependent on Zoom technology. So that's a good thing. Many of them have started using Zoom these days, so it has become one of the popular edtech products, and that was a savior during this lockdown, I could say. Apart from Zoom, you had Google Meets, Google Classrooms, a whole lot of stuff. Today, what I'm going to discuss is some of the top tech startups, especially in India, which uses artificial intelligence or machine learning and getting popular in India. So when you talk about education sector, so gone are those days of one size fits all, because we deal with multiple type of learners. People, there are you all know that there are 4 different types of learners. Kinesthetic learners or audio learners, video learners. So there are 4 different types of learners. And today, when you release a product in the education sector, you cannot say that there's one size fits for all. So you have to take care of different types of learners, different types of learning behaviors and things before you release a product, online product in the education sector. So if you look at in that way, so machine learning and artificial intelligence have made learning to become personalized and adaptive. So there are customized courses based on learners' behaviors, personalized and adaptive learning, gamification, flexible learning. All these things are taken care of by these machine learning and algorithm concepts, artificial intelligence concepts. Sorry. So if you look at the products on the right side, MIT's product, or for example, edX or Future Learn, Coursera, Udemy, Diversity, a bunch of products are there which offers online programs these days. And if you see in India, some of the tech products which are making waves these days are uh, Byju's, especially. Everybody would have heard about this product, Byju's. So it's one of the world's most valued tech companies. So Byju's basically focus on mathematics and science. It also trains students for examination in India as well as the international. So if you look at Byju's stands inside Byju's or Khan Academy, all these products are making waves in India, and a lot of students are enrolling in these things, especially during the lockdown. If you look at that, during this lockdown period, most of these tech products have raised a good amount of money in their startup. So also another thing is, like, today education institutions are talking about experiential learning, flipped classroom, especially in UK and US universities. It's quite common, flipped classroom concepts or experiential learning models. However, in developing countries, it's still not there. People are still trying to do these things. COVID is going to help us a lot because now students have understood that online education is a new normal and they have to get used to it. So definitely these things are going to complement when we come back from COVID into the education system. So students will definitely start analyzing or patronizing these flipped classroom models. So if you look at that, gamification is one new concept which everybody should embrace on. When it comes to experiential learning, I mean, teaching kids using games and things. So one startup which is pretty strong in this is Desk. We all know that we spend like 80% of us use internet from our mobile phones, right? And around 3 billion, I mean, everybody, if you take the entire world statistics, it says that we spend 3 billion hours per week playing games. So Code has combined this gaming concept as well as the mobile phone, and then they came up with a product which makes learning accessible, interactive, measurable. So it's basically a game-based mobile learning for the modern enterprises. That's what Code does. And another one is Vedantu, which is also another Indian product. The startup provides students with opportunities to learn the way they desire, especially this particular thing, personalized and adaptive learning or customized courses. That's what they are focused in. So for all these things, big data, AI, or machine learning, which helps them in a bigger way. So they train based on the insights of the learners, based on the behavior of the learners. They come up with solutions targeting a particular learner. So in this way, I mean, they apply machine learning algorithms for all these things, definitely. So this is how it helps the tech products or ed tech products in India to grow further. So another thing is the Class Plus, which is a B2B ed tech startup. So Class Plus, especially this month, I think in the month of May, they raised around $9 million. So Class Plus is a mobile-first software as a service platform that enables private coaching institutes and their tutors to streamline their content distribution. If you look at in this line, if you see, there is a product called Thinkific. I don't know how many of you have used Thinkific. If you are a trainer and if you want to launch your courses as a freelancer, you can just go to Thinkific or Class Plus and then create your login account, and then they start using it. These are all some of the freemium products. You can use your login and start using it freely up to a certain user, and later on you start paying it. So they also use machine learning and artificial intelligence concepts to better their solutions. Another thing is the Whisk Club, which uses a unique method of developing and nurturing high order thinking skills. these days critical thinking and logical skills. I remember the first or second presentation of Professor Sandeep who spoke about depression. So we need to make we need to nurture the kids in critical thinking. We need to nurture the critical thinking skills of the kids these days. They need to think logically. They need to understand, apart from this technology, apart from the science and everything, critical thinking holds a high value in today's education sector. So Whisk Club's product, higher order thinking skills in children, is one product which is scientifically designed to target kids and to develop their cognitive skills. And they also use artificial intelligence and machine learning concepts to develop products like that. Another thing is health sector. So many of you have already discussed about this. Technology has helped us in spotting the outbreak. For example, as I told you, Blue Dot was the first one to spot this outbreak, and then tracking. These days, if you see China as well as in Ghana, Facebook and Google are having an app which interacts with the user to find out the COVID situations, and based on that, they are ensuring a social distancing or sending messages back to the health administrators, right? So it is also used in predictions and as well as recommendations, predicting diseases. For example, breast cancer or any chronic diseases these days can be predicted using the data set of patients, and then recommendations are made based on that. So in health sector, artificial intelligence, machine learnings are widely used. Another interesting thing is that recently there was this problem when the lockdown happened. The president of Togo, since I'm coming from Ghana, so Togo is the neighboring country. So Togo, what happened is the president wanted to give money to the deprived people. I mean, those who have lost jobs and all. He wanted to send like $20 to each of the families, each one. So then what they did is, that's where this technology helped them. They partnered with the telecommunication network providers. They analyzed the subscribers data, call subscribers data, how many times they have purchased the mobile data, how the usage of internet is. Based on this, they have clustered people who are from the deprived community, and it has helped them to disburse money to those who are affected. Not only in Togo, also in Uganda, they did the same thing. Bangladesh, they did the same thing. So in the health sector, they embrace technology to help to cluster these kind of people. Even when it came to diagnosing malaria or clustering people who are affected by malaria or pneumonia in African countries, they used machine learning and deep learning concepts. So another thing is the finance sector. So when you talk about finance sector these days, we all know when you go to an insurance website, automatically there is a robo chat option available where you can interact based on text messages. It analyzes your text messages and comes out with the solutions, investment solutions. It tells you like how many years you will take to reach a certain amount of money in your savings, or it automatically predicts and recommends different solutions. So in portfolio management, it is used. Algorithmic tradings are these days used, and fraud detection, sentimental and news analysis. Sentiment and news analysis is also used widely in movie industries, entertainment industries. Whenever it comes to, I've seen on Fridays, we all know that they release new movies in India. Within no time, they'll come up with the results of whether the movie is a blockbuster or not. The reason is they do the sentimental analysis algorithm across all the social media channels. They read the tweets, they read the Facebook post. Based on that, they come to a conclusion that whether a particular movie is a hit or a flop within a fraction of seconds. So similarly, it helps in finance sector too. Customer service, loan and insurance underwriting. So in all these sectors, we see that machine learning and artificial intelligence are widely used these days. And again, coming back to the entertainment sector, we all know what an OTT platform is. Amazon Prime, Netflix, Hotstar. These days, we knew that people love entertainment. I mean, during this COVID, you all must have seen that people were glued to their television, which is, I mean, smart TVs, which has Amazon Prime and Netflix. People were behind seasons and things. So artificial or machine learning plays a major role in these OTT platforms. When you get these recommended movies, when you get when they cluster the movies based on your language. All these things are happening because they read a lot of data about you, they read your interest, and based on these interests, these recommendations are made. Another thing is gaming. Today we talk about StarCraft, Minecraft, Rocket League, even a simple chess game these days. It uses artificial intelligence. It mimics human brain. It reads each and single move a user is making, and based on that, the computer takes the next move. Right. So especially if you talk about a concept called reinforcement learning under the machine learning, we have this supervised, unsupervised, and there is a semi-supervised or reinforced learning. That's where we use for gaming, chess games and all, where the computer is allowed to learn by itself. And finally, the shopping and travel. So in shopping and travel these days, you know that everybody listens to music, or Spotify is used widely for that. So I think the examples I've given is basically on the music apps. However, we use shopping and travel. We use these what do you call for shopping? I could say Amazon. Yeah, again. So they all use machine learning algorithms to help you in recommending products. So ideally, if you see, technology is out there which helps you, or which gives you a virtual experience of how things should be. And I'm pretty sure that post COVID, people will start using technology a lot, start embracing technology in everything they do. New innovations will come out, and what we need to do is just stay focused, stay positive, and stay healthy. There is nothing to be get depressed. There is nothing to be panicked. You have to work on your anxiety issues out there. I'm pretty sure that we are going into a safer world where things are going to be much more easier and much more accessible. Once again, thank you all for this opportunity, and thanks a lot, Sangam University, for inviting me here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Now, we would like to invite Dr. Harish Nagar, sir, Dean, Deputy Dean Research, Sangam University, India, for his beautiful thoughts and views on post-COVID-19 uncertainty, the impact on human and business. Hello, sir. Welcome you. Welcome you.
Thank you, Kuntal. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think the screen is visible for all.
No, sir. Not yet.
Right now?
Yes, sir.
Is it visible?
No, not yet. Yes, sir. It is visible.
So good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon, sir.
Kuntal, is it visible? Is it visible, Kuntal?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All is okay.
So good afternoon to all. Honorable VC Sir, Registrar Sir, Advisors, Sangam University, and delegates from other countries, and dear colleagues. First of all, I congratulate the Computer Science and Engineering Department of Sangam University, or our university, for organizing such a wonderful event and providing me the opportunity to present my views on the topic of uncertainty, the impact of COVID-19 on humans and businesses. Basically, the points comes in my mind, the highlights of my presentation is this. As we know that the COVID-19 pandemic is considered as the most critical global health calamity of the century and the greatest challenge that humankind faced since the Second World War in the December 19. A new infectious respiratory disease emerged in Wuhan, Hubei province, China, and was named as World Health Organization as COVID-19. As far as history of the human civilization is concerned, there are instances of several outbreaks of disease caused by the number of the virus. As per the latest update of the WHO, the outbreak of the COVID-19 has spread in more than 216 cities. Approximately 4 lakhs people had died after the contracting the respiratory virus out of nearly 94 lakhs confirmed cases as per the WHO report, whereas more than 40 lakhs people have recovered from the disease. As for the India concerned, it is around more than 5 lakhs patients are counted here as COVID positive cases, and total death is 15,689 right now. And out of 5 lakhs, 2,95,000, approximately 2,95,000 patients are recovered from this disease. So, as per my concern, the COVID-19 had global health issues. The relationship between human health and the disease is neither a new concept nor a new subject. The emergence COVID-19 in China at the end of 2019 has caused a large global outbreak, and it's a major public health issues. This virus is highly infectious and can be transmitted through droplet and close contact. The human to the human spreading of the virus occurs due to the close contact with an infected person exposed to coughing, sneezing, respiratory droplets, or aerosols. These aerosols can penetrate the human body via inhalation through nose or mouth. The clinical spectrum of the individual with COVID-19 infection range from mild or non-specific signs and symptoms of acute respiratory illness such as fever, cough, fever, shortness, and breath. So, to serve phenomena with respiratory failure and specific shock, which are very similar to other coronavirus diseases. Since via shedding the plasma of serum is common in respiratory infection, there is a possibility of transmission of coronavirus through the transmission of labels blood products also. These are the data from WHO we can consider here. This shows the total case, total death, and total recovered patients among the top 10 countries. So now India it at 4th position here. So we can consider the economic effect here due to the labor movement during lockdown period in India. There are so many economical effects occurs in the business. Loss of lives due to any pandemic cause definite irretrievable damage to the society. But apart from this, COVID-19 has severely demobilized the global economy. In order to restrict further transmission of the disease in the community, many of the affected countries have decided to undergo complete lockdown, and due to the lockdown, the economical growth of many countries are suffered very much. Major international flights and also all type of business transport have been deferred in different countries due to the lockdown. All domestic flights, railways, bus, trucks, vehicles, transports are suspended. In almost all the COVID-19 stricken countries, entire educational, commercial, sports and spiritual institutes are also closed. industries are suffering a lot as many of these exemptions, those related to essential amenities, are closed for a long time in many countries. People belonging to the tourism and the transportation industries are also facing utmost difficulties. Production level has gone very low. During lockdown period, lockdown will directly affect the GDP of each country in the major economics. For each month, there will be an approximate loss of 2% point in annual GDP growth. The tourism sector alone face an outpost decrease as high as 50% to 70%, according to the World Trade Organization. And Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development has indicated COVID-19 pandemic as the largest threat to global economy since the financial economy of 2008-9. World's topmost economics such as US, China, UK, Germany, France, Italy, Japan, and many other are at the verge of collapse. Besides, stock market around the world have been pounded in just a week. Near about 5 to 10 million Americans applied for unemployment, and similarly in India, near about 10 million people were jobless right now. Some of the experts are given even saying that human civilization has not faced such an unpredictable emergency after the World War II. Most of the nations are going through recession and collapse of their economic structure that point out the the strategic condition for them in this regard. At most 80 countries have already requested International Monetary Fund for financial help, such as Prime Minister of the Pakistan Imran Khan also requested IMF to help Islamabad to fight against novel corona. Furthermore, there is uncertainty and unpredictability concerning the spread of coronavirus. So, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development started the global growth could be cut off in half to 1.5% in 2020. So, these are the list of industries adversely affected sectors: apparel and textile, auto sectors, aviation and tourism, shipping and non-food related, retail, building and construction business, electronics, and many more. Due to the lockdown, the textile will get hit adversely due to the disruption in labor supply, raw material unavailability, working capital constraints, and restricted demand due to the limited movement of people and purchasing ability. Auto sectors, which includes the automobiles and auto parts also, will continue to face challenges on account of lack of demand, global recession, and failing income levels. Aviation and tourism is one sector which has the highest probability of going under without direct government intervention. I think, in my opinion, the next 12 months, it is highly unlikely people will travel for leisure apart from very essential travel. Shipping is also I think it took 12 months period. It's having challenges for shipping industry also. Building and construction business are generally leveraged and hence will face the dual challenges of high interest payment and lack of sales. And many more other businesses are also suffering from this COVID-19 a very lot. Next is the sectors which are possible upthinking, as my earlier speaker, Mr. Sujit, also speak about it. The number of the industries related to online submissions, digital and internet economy is growing higher. Online based products and services companies will find new tech takers, ed tech, online education, along with the firms involved with online skill development, online groceries. These businesses are growing during the lockdown period as well as after the post-COVID period. There will be a sudden spike in the demand for content, with digital content being in demand more than even. FMCG's retail will benefit immensely, which continued fear. Food-based retail chains and companies catering a low-ticket consumption demand will emerge as winners, especially in chemicals. Firms dealing in chemicals will see a jump due to the increased demand for the disinfectation drugs and medicines. Pharmaceutical companies also growing. Food companies also growing for fresh groceries and meat, cold storage, high quality foreign frozen foods and beverage cooking appearance. Enter- Entertainment companies are also growing as they produce gaming games for kids and producing a number of dramas or a particular type of some things. New ways of dismantling content and promoting small businesses, online cooking classes such as virtual visit to landmarks. Similarly, educational sports are all well begin virtual classroom, online fitness classes, healthcare and health technology also increases. Electrical appearance also increases as dishwashers and washing machines, sanitization machines, sweeping robots also includes in this industry. And at this time, there is a huge demand of such things. Office cost reduction opportunities are there. Offices rent is expenses and flexible work arrangement are yet to be explored in their full functions scope. So there is a scope of office cost reduction opportunities also. Healthcare and health technologies and many more industries has the possibility to growing. The, according to this, the question comes in the mind of everyone: will things go back to normal? So in my opinion, yes, the things go back to be normal if we follow some rules and regulations and restrictions provided by the government, as well as we are following such things during the lockdown period. So these are the preventions and controls which we use during the lockdown period, as well as we can produce all the things in our daily life to prevent COVID-19, in which the main are restricting mass gathering, using the medicines which prescribed by the authorities, forestations, controlling human population growth, global ban on wildlife trades. Such things are, if we use in our daily life, then we will prevent and control the situation of COVID-19. So after all, the conclusion of my presentation is environment change is one of the biggest and most virtual challenges of the 21st century. So this may be the time to reset. Never before has the world comes to stand still, where one can pick apart the many moving pieces. Like Tom Cruise in Minority Report, we have the opportunity to rethink everything. If we do the things right, we may be able to fix challenges and face humankind, environmental damage, inequalities, etc. More importantly, we must ensure something like this never happen again. History says that humankind has never learned from history. Let's hope that is the thing of the past. So this is my conclusion. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now we have, due to time period, we had our discussion and question answer forum. So from our audiences, we have fetched one questions for our speakers. may I put the questions for you, sir?
Go ahead, Kuntal.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, first question is for Dr. Sandeep Oda, sir. Uh, Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, what do you think about, what do you think that how healthcare system is predict or prepared for such unknown threats?
No, Miss, you are asking that question is that healthcare system how to predict about the world health, this one, na?
Yeah.
So there is actually no prediction we can make for the epidemic or this type of pandemic situations. Like the disaster, it is a type of disaster, and any disaster we cannot predict from means beginning or from the what you call, from advanced stage. Means when it is affected China and when it is transmitting to other countries, we are not aware for this can be happen to India or other countries. US not aware about these things. We are not aware at all. That time flight is moving, everything is running smoothly. So if we think that how it is spreading, that immediately it spreads. As it is so much infective, so it spreads. It is not a vector control like malaria or that is mosquito borne or like plague, like that is rat is transmitting. So that is not like that. So there is no vector also that we can kill and we can make protection against it. So it is a total unknown condition. It comes to us, and then we are not prepared at all for the protection. Like we don't have the ventilator, we don't have the enough oxygen cylinder in all places. We don't have the support. It is a total unknown condition. Like the cyclone, same. So there is no prediction we can make. But we can make now, we have known that this is spreading like this, so we are making some rules how to control. That's all. Means how to prevent ourselves to become contaminated and be safe. I think okay, and my answer is clear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now, our question is for Dr. Supavadi, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, that's it.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, our question is, what professional survival will be challenged without knowledge or skill of technology?
Can you repeat the question again? What is other challenge?
How professional survival will be a challenge without knowledge or skill of technology?
You mean the survival?
Yeah, professional survival.
I cannot hear clearly. Can you say?
How professional survival will be a challenge without knowledge or skill of technology?
Oh, the personal survival. Yeah, I mean because in this the digital disruptive world, it would be. I mean, yeah, there are some sector that I mean, if you have the basic skill, yeah, then you can still survive with the without the technology skill. Because mainly if we divided the skill, right? So there would be like the person with the high skill, and then medium skill, and then low skill. So it would separate the type of the workforce. Right? So if a high, so it means you could be, I mean, in the company and then can move to management level, right? But if you don't have the sufficient like a skill or the digital skill, then you may be like on the labor workforce. Yeah, so it mean like they still encourage the people to have the basic digital skill. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we are shifted to our question to Dr. Niyara. Dr. Niyara Redwana, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, ma'am. Ma'am, there is a question for you. How beginners will start publishing in journals or learn to write a paper?
Yeah, first they have to know how they have to know the steps to write manuscript. No, this is their first step to know the way or steps to write their manuscript, because the manuscript is very they have their very different steps rather than the C's. Okay, so they have to read about research methodology, how to make a design for the manuscript. Okay, then
Yes.
they have to learn how to submit their manuscript. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
as we described here in our session. So the first step was to write the manuscript. Okay, then the second one, how to submit their manuscript to the right journal.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you.
our question is for Dr. Andrew, sir. Hello, sir. Dr. Andrew, sir. Okay, no issue. I am. We are going to shift Mr. Sabyasachi, sir. Sabyasachi Mukhopadhyay, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Sir, our question is, do you think using AI, can we develop such a predictive model that recognize pattern of events that causes disease or vice versa, prevent from disease?
Can you repeat it? Pattern of?
Yeah. Do you think using AI, can we develop such a predictive model that recognize pattern of events that causes disease or vice versa, prevent from diseases?
Pattern of which? Pattern of what? Pattern of event.
Events.
Events. Yes. Okay. So which causes diseases? Pattern of events which causes diseases and vice versa, from diseases to pattern. So look, for example, let me tell you one thing, that AI from AI you require certain thing to train the data. For example, like in our case, what we have discussed so far, like we can go for the imaging approach, you can go for the spectroscopic approach for the early stage detection purpose. But for example, like the thing you are talking about, the pattern of events. Now, you see, for example, if somebody is suffering from cancer, or somebody is suffering from diabetic retinopathy, or somebody is suffering from diabetic macular edema, for example, if we consider eye diseases, diabetic macular edema and diabetic retinopathy. Now, if these both are the major cause of the blindness, so these are the events. Here, event is blindness, and because of the now the blindness, there can be other diseases also. Okay, so from that you can't properly tell until or unless you can train your system properly, you can make the predictions properly. Are you getting my point? Because there can be from a single pattern that the event what is happening due to the diseases, there can be multiple amount of the diseases. As I told you, diabetic retinopathy, diabetic macular edema, these are the major causes of the blindness. So from that, how can you make the proper AI model? So you have to understand that there can be probabilistic approach. For example, if you train like that manner, for example, event-wise manner, you can't exactly predict the disease, but you can tell that well, it can be the possible causes can be diabetic macular edema, or possible causes can be diabetic retinopathy. That kind of probabilistic approach you can make, but definitely you can't predict. Okay, so that is not possible. Definitely, once you can predict, then you require to make proper identification or the labeling of the data sets are required. Otherwise, it is not possible from the event, because one single event can be related to multiple diseases. So it is not accurately possible from the event to predict exactly what kind of disease is happening. But
Yes, sir.
you can guess a set of diseases, like I mentioned. For example, if you consider the blindness case, there can be disease, set of diseases like diabetic macular edema, diabetic retinopathy, and any other diseases which are major cause of the blindness. So this kind of the things may happen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Now we have a question for Mr. Sujit, sir. How we can say that ML will be the milestone that we want to use as a future technology?
I think ML is, yeah. If I understand your question rightly, ML is definitely not a future; it's a present, I guess, because without machine learning these days, even your mobile phone is not working. If you talk about your WhatsApp, when it predicts your text messages, when you are typing a message, and if it automatically predicts what you're going to type the next time, so it automatically predicts. So we are living in a world where we are surrounded by all these technologies, machine learning and artificial intelligence, and definitely in future it is going to grow more. I guess, as you asked me, the milestone would be where if we could predict whether we can live in Mars or somewhere based on the machine learning, that could be the milestone, I guess. But as far as the current scenario is concerned, I guess we are living with it. Technology is everywhere, and then we are embracing it quite usefully. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, I would like to request all of our speakers to kindly put on our webcam so that we can take a screenshot. Madan sir, Nayara ma'am, Nayara ma'am, Dr. Nayara ma'am.
No problem, Kuntalji. Move
Thank you, sir.
ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Sunil Kumar, sir, Deputy in Sangam University, India, for our closing of the session and vote of thanks. Over to Dr. Sunil Kumar, sir.
Thank you, Kuntalji. You are able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Once again, thank you, Kuntalji. It's my great privilege to have been asked to propose a thanks on an international webinar, Post-COVID-19 Superpower Computer Science, Healthcare, Information Technology and Personal Branding. I, on the behalf of Sangam University and the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, extend a very heartily thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sangam University Professor K.P. Yadav, and Dr. O.P. Gupta, Registrar Sangam University, who bless us with their presence and took out valuable time of their busy schedule. Thank you, sir, providing encouragement and your support and giving us an opportunity to organize this event. Once again, thank you, sir. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Dr. Madan Kumar, Associate Vice President, Lead Cloud Analyst, Accenture Technology, Bangalore, for his wonderful speech where he mentioned very important information related to patent filing. The way he explained the topic was fantastic. Thank you, sir. Also, I would like to extend a special thanks to Andrew Ware, Professor of Computing at University of South Valley, United Kingdom, for inspiring us. Thank you once again, sir. We really appreciate your presence. I would like to special thanks to Mr. Sujit Jayaprakash, a certified Microsoft trainer and a Microsoft certified professional developer, and Sabyasachi Mukhopadhyay, Google developer, expert in machine learning. Sir, in spite of his heavy schedule, he accepted to grace today function. I'm really thankful to you. We really appreciate your presence, sir. Once again, thank you, sir. I express my heartiest thanks to Dr. Nyara, Department, Faculty of Engineering, Sabyasachi University, Egypt, Dr. Subhash Chakravarti, CEO and founder of Poston, Dr. Subha Bithe Amarbit, Associate Professor, Chulchongkong University, Thailand, and Dr. Sandeep Hoda, Senior Research Director and Executive Editor, Lancome University, Malaysia. Even they have very busy schedule. Once again, on the behalf of Sangam University and Department of Computer Science, thank you, sir, and thank you all. I express my hearty thanks to Dr. Harish Nagar. I would like to thanks to my all dean, Dr. Dean, professors, colleague, and dear student for sparing their valuable time and come here and participate in this event. I'm really appreciate of them. On the behalf of Sangam University, heartily thanks you all. Move ahead. I would like to special thanks to Mr. Kuntal Barua. He did wonderful job and he communicated very well with all the speaker and resource person. Thank you, Kuntal. Now I would like to thanks to Dilip Agarwal, Vikas Somani, Abhishek Singh, Nirmal Singh, Priyanka Mehta, and all other faculty members who was associated in IT, technical staff, and all students too. Thank you guys for making this event successful with your contribution. At the end, once again, I would like to thank all the speakers and resource persons from various countries and all the international and national audience. I'm really appreciate to them. I, on the behalf of Sangam University, heartily thank you all. Thank you once again. And the last, not the least, I express my heartfelt thanks to Deputy Registrar Rishi Bhatnagar sir, who managed all the media and news, and he delivered and broadcast university news always. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again, each and everyone. Once again, sir, all the resource person, all the speakers, I'm heartily thankful, all of you, and special thanks to Kuntal ji. Thank you. Now,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We can leave the meeting now. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, President sir, Dr.